against this Arizona team has not been a good one for the Orioles. Goldschmidt with some home runs to tie and to win, and one-run losses. Snake bit O's will try and return from those two today with Chris Tillman on the mound. He is going for his 15th win of the season. And if the Orioles can come away with a victory here, their road trip will be 5-3 to take them back home for the homestand that starts on Friday. Orioles, Arizona, Game 3. It's the Orioles on Masson, and it's a day game here in the desert in Phoenix as the Orioles wrap up their only meeting against the Diamondbacks, and O's fans have followed them throughout this road trip that concludes here today. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. Kind of hard to believe, but after this, the Orioles only have 2 more road trips to make the entire season. They'd like to put up a W here in this one. The Orioles on the road are 32-29 on the year. This is a 4-3 road trip so far, so the outcome of this game really matters. To go home 500 on the trip or to go home with that 5-3 mark. Take a look at what's happened on this road trip here on the West Coast. The run differentials in these games have been significantly different as to whether or not the Orioles are winning or losing. The ones they have won, they have scored a lot of runs. And the ones they have lost, they have been real close games. Batting average in those losses, only .222. The home runs you see about even. The starter ERA, both in the wins and the losses, has been very good, below 3 in each instance. And the bullpen, in the wins, they have been there. In the losses, they have not. And in the end, that has made the difference in those close games that the Orioles have lost on this trip, Jim.
Well, they're all 3-1 losses, 3-run losses. You know, last year, I think everybody in baseball, they said, well, the Orioles can't do what they did in 2012 and 2013. They went 29-9. Those one-run games. This year, they're 14-20. We've seen it here. A couple of blown saves by Jim Johnson, who's really struggling. But at the end of the day, blown save on Monday, blown save last night. It's not like they're playing poorly, Gary. They're just not winning games that they did last year. And it's not going to get any easier today with Patrick Corbin pitching, made the All-Star team. Arguably, along with Kershaw, one of the best left-handed pitchers in the National League. He's 8-1 at home with a 1.60 ERA. It's good that Tillman is pitching for the Orioles because he's their ace.
Jim, what's made the difference, do you think, for Chris from last year to this year, Chris Tillman?
Well, I think it's maturity. The fact they're getting him over 6 runs a game, I mean, that will be tested today because Corbin's been that good. But the changeup, we've seen him, the last couple of starts. He's a fastball curveball guy. He only gets a curveball over about 47% of the time. So you need that second or third pitch. This year it's been the changeup. And again, I think he's just been a much more consistent pitcher, but his numbers last year were splendid. This year he's pitched well. They've played well. That's what it's going to take today for them to get back on the win column.
Doug Show, all concerned about the offense more than he is the pitching. Part of that is the fact, of course, there's no DH in these games that are being played in the National League ballparks, and there won't be one today. On our Wired Wednesday, when we come back, we'll talk to the skipper about his starter and about that offense. Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Southwest is indeed where we are. Those beautiful views. Orioles and the Diamondbacks game 3 to wrap it up on our Wired Wednesday. Talked with Buck Showalter this afternoon. Some thought yesterday maybe they would have to add a pitcher for today's game. Here was his comment.
No, I think we're all right. You know, we'll have Mac there. We got Norris has had an extra. He'll have extra day out, and we're going to stay off his work day. But we're covered, and like we have been all year. We got some off days for a couple of guys we needed to get a day off. They'll be back today, and you know, provided we don't play a lot of extra innings and. Tilly, you don't ever assume anything. You don't assume because the guy's been pitching well that you're going to get X amount of innings out of him. So, but we think we're covered, especially with the off day tomorrow. And you know, we already had some flights set up for this morning in case we needed to get a guy in here. But I think we're going to be okay. Knock on wood.
For Chris, what do you see as the change that's brought him to where he is right now?
It's just part of the process, Gary. I think the organization's done a great job of not trying to cheat the process, and. He's a guy that's easy to trust makeup-wise. He's a tough guy. I've been saying all along. You know, you and I have been talking about it for a couple of years. You know, he's got command of the breaking ball, and he can defend himself on the day he doesn't have that. Oral Hershiser had a great line. He used to say, hey, command of one pitch to compete, 2 to win, and 3 to dominate. And when Tilly's got all 3, it's fun to watch, but that doesn't happen many times.
Give us a little, I know we got one left here that'll make a big difference on this road trip, but a little recap of your own mind on how this has gone.
You know, I try not to dwell too much on the past, and I think the players need to know that. And things are never as good as they seem. They're never as bad as they seem. But, you know, we got a chance to have a winning road trip. That's the half-full approach. But, you know, there's been some close games that we could have done a little bit more to make it matter. We haven't swung the bats real well, Gary, consistently with a couple of exceptions. And, you know, how much of that is their pitchers? How much of that is unfamiliarity with being unfamiliar with them? So there's an excuse around every corner. I ain't about it. You know, it's today. Let's get after it, get on a plane, and have a good homestand. So, you know, let's move on.
Buck, thanks.
All right, Gary.
Yeah, move on with a win.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you really do have the right guy. I think everybody, the great thing about getting on a roll, and that's what Chris is on, is that when the guys that are playing behind you and in front of you, they think that you're going to give them a chance to win, and he has, and that's why they've won 11 out of 12. And I mean, these ball clubs, even if you're playing interleague, yeah, there is some mystery to it, but they know. They watch the All-Star game. Chris Davis had a base hit off Patrick Corbin, so they know he's also very good too. So it'll be a tough ball game.
And the Diamondbacks take the field as the Orioles get set to go. Let's take a look at our train game time temperature. The roof, of course, closed, so it is 72 degrees inside. Outside, it's already 100 degrees at 20 minutes of 1 local time. Train celebrating the 100th anniversary by offering its irresistible financing. It is hard to stop a train, really hard. Starting lineup for the Orioles brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It'll be Markakis, Machado, Jones, Davis, Hardy, and Pierce. Teagarden gets the start. Wieters gets the day off. Roberts and Tillman. Chris Davis is in one of those streaks right now where the home runs are coming.
And our scouting report on the 24-year-old lefty. Well, what a year he's had. All-star. You know, he was 6-8 last year. This year, I mean, they're 19-4 in his starts. That means that even when he's not winning, 12-3 on the year, they're still playing well. Got a great slider. What a weapon it's been. 52, almost 53% of his strikeouts, and they're almost 8 per 9 innings come with a slider. And then a little housekeeping. What do you do when you've already won the first 2-3 game series? You get the broom out. And that's what Patrick Corbin wants to allow his teammates. He's 8-1, as we mentioned, 160 at home, 20 quality starts. And for a young pitcher in his second full year, he's had a marvelous year.
And for the Orioles, when it comes to those sweeps, the Orioles were swept in May in a 3-game set by Tampa Bay. They were swept in June in a 3-game set by Toronto. Those are the only 3-game series in which the Orioles have not picked up at least a win. Kirk Gibson's ball club still holding hopes in the wild card spot in the National League West. They are 61-57, 7.5 behind the Dodgers for the lead in the Western Division. And we are ready to go as both these ball clubs, the game played last night, extra innings, did not take batting practice or infield today. They come out ready to go, and Nick Markakis will be leading it off. For Nick, 4-game hit streak. He's had a couple of hits in this series, and the leadoff batter for the Orioles against the left-handers will take the first pitch, and a swing and a miss for a strike. For Markakis this season, 273 off the lefties, 290 off right-handers. Buck Showalter has really instituted the McLouth leadoff spot for right-handers and Markakis for the lefties, and has stayed with it. Pitch outside to him, 1-1.
Yeah, every once in a while you get Nate when the matchup's good, or you don't want to get a guy like Steve Pearson when you're on the road in the National League where you need that powerful DH guy. But one thing, Nick, he's not your prototypical leadoff guy because he doesn't steal bases. His last 25 hits have all been singles. Last home run all the way back to the 24th of June. So you just want him to get on and have somebody drive him in.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery by the left-hander. Goes to first. Goldschmidt's got it. Pitcher covers. And Markakis is retired.
Take a look at the defense, and a lot of it has to do with your pitcher. Very athletic pitcher out there, and Patrick Corbin. Prado moves from the infield. He's played third. He'll go to left. Pollock, Parra, who hit the home run last night. The youngster Davison in playing third. Gregorius, Hill, Goldschmidt, who made some nice plays, not to mention the 2 home runs last night, and Will Nieves, the veteran, because of the injury to Montero, but 3 straight games behind the plate.
And Manny Machado coming up. Arizona defense is now tied for first in the National League in fielding percentage. They have committed the second most errors at 55 in the National League. That ball will go towards second base. Pitcher's got to cover. Can they get there? No. It'll be an infield hit for Machado, and Manny gets out of an 0 for 9 with a single. Goldschmidt ranging to his right. Could not come up with it, so that required Corbin to try and get to the bag, and he couldn't quite beat him.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to it because of Paul Goldie, they call him here. If he gets this ball, which he can't, it's going to be a tough play for Hill. See him knock it down. By the time he does, even though Corbin's over there, Manny Machado able to get on for Adam Jones, who's coming to the plate.
Adam coming up, trying to get out of an 0 for 8 that he has had in this series. Jones still with the big numbers on the year, just dipped below the 300 mark at 299, 24 home runs, and will take the pitch down low. Against left-handers for Jones, 246, 320 off the righties. One of the reasons why the Oriole numbers against left-handers are down is the fact that Adam Jones has not been able to get to the left as the way he did last year. He hit 292 off left-handers last year and only 246 this year. 1-0 delivery, a slapper back to the mound. Corbin's got it, waiting. 1, relay to first. Somebody missed. They did not have the bag covered, and or Corbin just was afraid to throw to the empty bag. That should have been 2. They get only 1.
Yeah, that little crow hop and that hesitation, it's only because nobody was there. I mean, Hill's there, but he's behind the bag. So here comes Gregorius. You can see Aaron Hill in the background. And he comes over, and then he defers to Gregorius. I guess Patrick Corbin, first inning, did not want to lead him like an NFL quarterback, so they get at least get the lead runner.
Inning, though, will keep going, and that means Chris Davis gets to come to the plate. Chris with a 7-game hit streak, 2 home runs in this series, 2 for 8. He's had 3 RBIs, and he is, of course, the major league leader in homers with the 44 and 112 RBIs. So Chris continues to pound him out as he and Cabrera battle for the RBI lead, and Chris on top in that home run lead. And the pitch to him will be taken for Chris Davis during the 7-game hit streak. You see the 4 home runs and 10 RBIs that have been part of that streak, and they have been no doubters in the home run department, the way he's done most of them this season.
And it doesn't really matter if you're right-handed or left-handed.
That'll be outside on a sweeper.
And they're only hitting, 180, 184 with a couple of home runs. Righties 216, 8 home runs off of Patrick Corbin. And again, they did face each other. 4th inning, he came in the All-Star game. Chris Davis got a base hit. Corbin gave up a run. National League loses 3-0. He gets the loss in his first All-Star game.
3-0 delivery on the way, and that's a fastball in there for a strike. For the RBIs last night, Davis has now moved into first place in runs batted in the American League, one ahead of Miguel Cabrera, who continues to chase down that Triple Crown. Cabrera one behind in RBIs. He's got 37 home runs. The Davis is 44, and he leads in hitting at 362. And the pitch outside wanted nothing to do with him. So Corbin surrenders the walk. It will put Jones down to second, Davis down to first. And the Orioles, only 3 interleague games remaining this year. Colorado coming up. Here are the numbers so far: 9-7 this season. Chris Davis has been the leader in average, the home runs and RBIs. Manny Machado with the 319. Adam Jones 313, and J.J. Hardy at 293, the lead hitters in interleague games for the Orioles this year. So here's the first chance. Hardy up, 2 on, 2 down.
Yeah, he's got that, and you mentioned it last night. He expanded that hitting streak to 10, 4 home runs during those 10 games. So sometimes you have to take a risk. Pitches around Davis. Now you get Hardy.
And as we kind of smilingly said last night, the Diamondbacks are going to take a long look at Hardy, whose contract's up at the end of the year. He has been an ongoing nemesis for them, a .346 career hitter against the Diamondbacks, and in this ballpark, .426 with 4 home runs. He is from the area. J.J. Hardy out of Tucson, lived in the Valley for a while, for a decade. He's 30 years old, and the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. He'll have one more season after this. An interesting note in the New Republic paper this morning, when a writer asked him if he thought about playing in Arizona, he said, "It's definitely crossed my mind. I love Arizona. To play here, I don't know what it would be like." He said, "I do know I'd be leaving a lot of tickets."
Pretty,
1 ball, 1 strike.
Pretty hectic when he comes in just for a road trip. And well, he grew up in Tucson, and then he lives down in Tempe, which is where Arizona State University is, about maybe 10-12 miles from here.
2 ball, 1 strike count. For now, he has been the anchor in the center of that infield for the Orioles over the last 2 years. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and the pitch is a strike taken. That'll even it up at 2-2 on Hardy. The Orioles here in this series, runners in scoring position, have not had a lot of chances, in all honesty, as they've been held off base. 2 for 8 the first game, 1 for 9. The Orioles have come on late in games on this road trip to get a lot of runs. And that's going to be a foul ball. He just missed an extra base hit down the line.
Well, Corbin didn't get to that 12-3 record and 2.36 ERA, giving up a lot of runners in scoring position numbers. I mean, it's very, very low, 183. They don't score him a lot of runs. Getting them just a little over 4.32 runs. There's Tillman, on the other hand, over 6. So this guy has pitched well.
Hardy's got a 2-2 count, and he will foul that one back. Count stays 2-2.
Let's take a look at the Bloomberg numbers. You can see a lot of fastballs, a lot of sliders. His last game, he threw 37% of them, and then an occasional changeup. And in that red area, the fastball, 2-seamer, 4-seamer. So 1 sinks. And we just saw 94. It has a little more life to it.
2-2 coming again. Corbin trying to get out of the inning, and a ground ball down to shortstop. Yoris will go to second base and almost threw that away. Hill had to lean over the bag in order to get the force out. No runs on a hit, 2 are left on base. To the mound, Chris Tillman. Yep, and Mike and Katie are ready to go. They've been here for the entire road trip and special appearances here in the games being played in Arizona. They really suffer when the Orioles are losing and arms up in the air and jumping when they win. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Diamondbacks. Parra, Prado, and Goldschmidt, Hill, Davidson, and Nieves, Pollock, Gregorius, and Corbin. For Goldschmidt, the series 3 for 9 last night, both the tying and the game-winning home run.
Well, number one, number one starter was supposed to be Jason Hamill, who started opening day. He's had all kinds of health issues, but the number one is your fastball. He threw it 77% of the time against the Giants. Pitched very well. Slow him down. How do you do that? Young hitter. A lot of hitters with good bat speed love the fastball, throw the changeup, and another challenge. Well, you better stop the streak. You want to go home 5-3, not 4-4 on this 8-game road trip.
And Chris Tillman coming off a tremendous game against the Giants. 1 run, 4 hits, 8 innings, career high 9 strikeouts. Left the ball game with a 2-1 lead, a blown save. The Orioles would ultimately win it in 10, 5-2. So he's working on the regular 4 days rest. And here is Parra, as Gibson has changed the lineup, moving some of the guys from the bottom up. Parra and Prado are at the top of the order for this game, and 2 hits, 8 at bats, a home run, and an RBI for Parra in this series. So he's got some of the hotter bats at the top, going with the statement, get the guys at the top part of the order who are getting the most hits so they get the most at bats.
Well, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, he was the culprit when he was running on the pitch that got by Matt Wieters, and then they had the interference call. First home run in 158 bats. Gold Glover, 11 assists. So he can help you win ball games. And
he's hitting .286 over the last 12 games. Ground ball towards third base. Manny Machado's got it. His throw will get the out, 1 down. Speaking of Manny Machado, everywhere he goes, everybody wants to see this kind of play. Can he really do this? The answer, yes. Last night, a spectacular diving stop.
Now, best defense in the American League. Pearson left, Jones and Markakis, Machado, Hardy, Roberts, Davis, Taylor Teagarden, and Matt Wieters, at least initially gets the afternoon off. So Markakis and Jones with Gold Gloves, same with Hardy. And Davis and Machado playing very, very good defense at the corners.
And he will play over closer to the bag here with the right-hander Prado coming up. Prado's had a couple of hits and 6 at bats in this series, and yes, he is another one of the hot hitters in the lineup over the last 22 games, hitting .369, and he's had 2 home runs and 17 RBIs in those 22 ball games.
So it's a game of matchup, and Kirk Gibson was telling us he was hitting second, which is where he's hitting today. He didn't feel comfortable with him there, nor did he feel comfortable hitting there, so he moved him down the lineup. And I guess now, as you mentioned, hot enough where it doesn't really matter where he bats.
Gets him back to where he'd really like to have him hitting in the lineup.
Well, you would think that he would be, if he embraces it, a good number 2 hitter, because he can use right field with the best of them.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery by Tillman, and Chris's pitch will miss down low for Tillman. He has never faced the Diamondbacks. He has in interleague play looking for his first win. He is 0-1 in 5 career interleague starts. Prado with a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Tillman's delivery to him, and that'll be whacked down the line fair. It'll roll into the corner. Nick Markakis will have to go over and play it. It'll be a stand-up double for Prado. He stays hot, and he's on second with 1 away.
Well, that's what I was talking about. You get a lot of young hitters. They're going to look 2-1. I'm going to get out. I'm going to hit the ball hard. I'm going to try to drive it. You make a good pitch like this, because this ball is away. He just kind of inside-outs it. So you use the whole field. This is a huge ballpark here. And that's a little bit of a luck factor anytime you slice it over the bag, but it's a great hitting approach.
And now Goldschmidt comes to the plate. What a series he has had with the 3 for 9, 2 home runs, 2 RBIs. Last night picking up the game winner in the 11th inning after he had hit the game tying home run in the 9th inning. He is the core and center of this Arizona team, and Teagarden will go out to Tillman to have a word about how they're going to work him with that runner at second base. And even though it's the first inning, first base is open.
Well, they have that, and then, of course, you want to make sure when you've been losing so many one-run games, 3 of them on this, through the first 7 games of this road trip, that you don't get crossed up, allow them to get to third with only 1 out.
Well, big moment early for Tillman as the Diamondbacks have a chance to get on the board here in the first inning. 1 away. Good lead at second base. Prado and a swing and a miss. As far as home runs that matter, they have for this group. Chris Davis on top with the most home runs to tie or give his team the lead at 21. Cabrera's got 20 and Goldschmidt's got 19 along with Alvarez, followed by Bautista and Trout. Those are not home runs that come late in the ball game when your team's down by 10. Paul Goldschmidt waiting in the air to right field. Nick Markakis will go over. Makes the catch. Fair territory. Prado will tag up. He'll move over to third, but 2 down here in the first.
Yeah, nice little pitch. Good velocity. Good location. Nice right fielder. Get yourself an out. And it's a lot more difficult to pitch to this lineup, but when you have Aaron Hill who's coming to the plate red hot, because you really can't pitch around Goldschmidt as much as you probably could have 3 weeks ago.
So here's Hill, and as we mentioned throughout the series, always doing damage against the Orioles, and he has in this series. Hill's got the 3 for 8, the homer, the 2 RBIs, a runner at third, and 2 down, and he will pop that one back. And there'll be no play.
Well, take a look how hot he has been since the All-Star break. You have to understand, broke his hand early. So the first 30 games after coming back from the broken hand, and excuse me, it's a left hand right on top of it. So red hot, hitting home runs. Until last night, he had hit home runs in 3 consecutive games. So a force to be reckoned with. Great high ball hitter, especially the fastball.
Hitting 400 in August with 3 home runs. And the pitch will be taken inside Teegarden with the stop to hold the runner at third base. And Tillman evens up the count at a ball and a strike on Hill.
That was one of those occasional sliders. Wanted to make sure it was down in the zone, which is not a bad idea. And then Taylor does a nice job of keeping it in front of him.
Tillman with 4 wild pitches on the season. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. Outfield deep on Hill. Inside again, another nice stop. Teegarden had to slide across on that one and did so with his whole body and kept that ball out in front. That's the way you do it. And it goes to 2-1. So Tillman saved by Teegarden on a run here, perhaps on those last 2 pitches. Tillman is number 2, tied for second in wins with 14. The team has gone 18-5 in his 23 starts. Both these pitchers have led their teams to wins this year, whether they won or not. 2-1 delivery, and the pitch is taken outside. So Hill ahead on the count.
Yeah, well, you can't give in to him, and a lot of times it's a calculated risk. But if you've been watching the games and you look at the numbers, you realize how hot he is. You got a rookie on deck, doesn't mean he can't do some damage in Matt Davidson. But this can't be a fastball in the middle of the plate, or he's going to hit it hard somewhere.
Runner off third base, 2 down, 3-1 delivery, and he walked it. So Tillman surrenders the free pass, first and third, 2 away.
And that's one of those I'm not wild, I'm just smart type of walks.
And here's the youngster that making his recent appearance in the major leagues. Matt Davidson is getting the start in this ball game at third base. He made his debut on the 11th, came in defensively at third, played second later at AAA this year. And some outstanding numbers. With the injuries, they needed help, so here he is. He hit .278 at AAA, 16 homers, 68 RBIs. Long ball hitter, good power, and can pull. And that pitch will be taken for a strike.
Now you start looking at numbers with guys, and then okay, what's the on base percentage? Good. Does he hit doubles? Yeah, 31 of them. That means he's probably using the whole field. Those are the kind of things you like to see when somebody is working their way through your minor league organization.
I really like Matt Davidson. He's only 22 years old. 0-1 count. Runners off first and third in the dirt. Teegarden again. What an inning he's having behind the plate for the Orioles.
Well, he's earning the meal money right here in the first. I mean, this is one of those overhand 12-6 curveballs. It's a good one, but it bounces even with the front edge of the plate, but almost in the other batter's box. That is a terrific play. Easily, not only the run scores, but you get another guy into scoring position.
Rick Dempsey will be chalking that one up for the postgame show as the correct way to block a ball instead of reaching across your body with a glove. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Davidson. Chris Tillman's delivery on the way and a ground to the third. Knocked down. Can he get him? Machado's throw. Not in time, and an RBI infield hit.
Well, how many times? Not only, I mean, right there, I'm not sure anybody else in baseball gets to that ball. So, I mean, this is down the line. I mean, that's 4 steps. And from the knees, on the money. Now, it's going to allow them to score a run, but it keeps them from scoring maybe multiple runs because this is a double. If it gets by him, you know the run's going to score. Davidson's going to be at second. I'm not sure Aaron Hill, even though he runs fairly well, is going to be able to score on it, but there's going to be a chance.
There's Davidson's first RBI, and it gives the Diamondbacks a 1-0 lead. Keeps runners at first and second. Hill, the lead runner at second base, and Nieves up. 5-game hit streak for him. He'll take it for his strike. He's gone 2 for 8 with a home run and an RBI. First 2 games of the series. Home runs galore here at Chase Field in the first 2 games. 10. 6 hit by Arizona, 4 hit by the Orioles in a ballpark where the ball has really been carrying. Get it up in the air and it seems to just keep on going.
Everywhere.
Yep. Nieves with the 0-1, and that'll be outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So Chris Tillman said, where can I let him hit it and get it out? Prado slices it over the bag. Davidson hits it over the third base bag. Prado going right down the right field line.
That is only the 5th first inning run surrendered by Chris Tillman this season. 1 ball, 1 strike count. They look back to Hill. Nieves the chopper back to the mound. Tillman's got it. Underhand flip to Chris Davis, and that'll retire the side. But a run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base, and after 1, the Diamondbacks take the early 1-0 lead. Of the game is Hang Shin from Ellicott City. You have already won $500 for being selected. You get $100 more for every Orioles hit during our ball game, and an extra $500 for any Orioles home run in the 5th inning. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery Hit It Big contestant of the game, play 5-card cash. Go to mdlottery.com/Orioles to enter. And Tillman fans on hand cheering for the Orioles starter in our ball game today, and there is the 25-year-old right-hander Chris Tillman hoping for some offensive help down to first pitch. Pierce getting the start in left. Steve is retired, 1 away in the 2nd inning. The Orioles against left-handers are 18-19 against left-handed starters. That is 9th in the American League in win percentage. The average has continued to fall against lefties overall. Orioles hitting .248 against left-handers and .272 against righties. Here's Taylor Teagarden. Taylor getting a little work behind the plate. They have been few and far between on the season. but he's come up with some big hits. Only the 20th ball game that he has appeared in. A couple of home runs, 5 RBIs for Teagarden. 1-0 delivery by Corbin down to third base. Fair ball. It'll go into foul territory. Davidson couldn't handle it, and the Orioles get a runner. So I had a shot at that. Teagarden will be credited with a single with 1 down here in the second inning.
Yeah, 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. On Friday, the Orioles begin a week-long homestand. The Colorado Rockies, that final interleague series. You can back the Birds. Have a great summer weekend with family and friends. The pennant race is on. Get your tickets in advance and save. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. So Brian Roberts. Roberts with a 3-game hit streak. He's had a couple of RBIs in this series with a 4 for 7. And he will take the pitch for a strike. Brian hitting .229 right-handed, .271 left-handed. He's had a home run from each side of the plate. Short lead at first for Teagarden. 0-1 delivery to Roberts, and that'll miss 1-1.
Yeah, you keep looking at all the numbers for Patrick Corbin, and you go, well, what is his Achilles heel? I mean, what is the weakness? And it doesn't look like there is one. I mean, that's how good he's been. Yeah, gets righties and lefties out. Pitches, I mean, lights out here. 8-1 with a 160. Throws strikes. Keeps the ball in the ballpark.
He has that 1.60 ERA at home is the 4th best in the National League for a home ERA. Overall ERA with that 2.36, he's ranked 3rd in the National League in ERA, 8th in innings pitched, and tied for 4th with the 12 wins.
Yeah, originally signed by the Angels, and then when they made the big trade, Joe Saunders, Tyler Skaggs, big tall left-hander, and right-hander Rafael Rodriguez came along. Dan Herron went to the Angels.
3 ball, 1 strike count here. Runner off first. And up the middle, and another base hit. Brian Roberts is on again and gets his 5th hit and 8 at-bats in this series. 2 on and 1 out.
And then the National League ball comes into play. Well, in the American League, I mean, it's just it looked like a hanging breaking ball, maybe a change-up that stayed, but he just smokes it right back up the middle. So in the American League, you'd have a hitter. In the National League, on the road, you have a pitcher. So he'll be turning around and giving you an out when you'd love to be, or at least attempt to have a big inning.
Tillman is 0 for 4 this year, 0 for 5 career at the plate. Davidson will move in at third base, as will Goldschmidt at first. And the pitch is way inside. Nice play by Nieves. They put the wheel on. They're going to try and get the out at third base. Gregorius, the shortstop, moves over to cover third. Hill goes to first, and the corners charge.
And Bobby Dickerson has a heart-to-heart right at home plate. Third base coach for the Orioles. I mean, what we've seen is Gonzalez bent it into a double play. They're going to force pitchers that don't really bunt on a regular basis in live games to make good bunts. And you don't have a lot of speed.
Squares around very early, and a butcher boy pulled it back, and the count goes to 1-1.
And then Corbin just throws the two-seamer down and away.
Here it is. Yep. We looked this up. We've seen it so much on this road trip. The term butcher boy, it's a stingalese. The strategy where the hitter shows bunt, pulls it back. It was coined by Casey Stengel when he was managing the Yankees, and quoted in the New Yorker in 1959 by Scooter Phil Rizzuto. He said he knew what Casey meant when he told players to butcher boy the pitch. I did not know before I to do a little research that was a Casey Stengel term. 1 ball, 1 strike count. 1 down. No butcher boy here. He takes the pitch. It will miss. And the count goes to 2-1.
I mean, Chris actually looked like he knew what he was doing. I mean, up in San Francisco, I mean, didn't get a hit. Norris had the hit. In fact, 2 of them on this trip. But he comes out of last year the National League where he got to hit on a regular basis. He put the donut on the bat. I mean, loosened up. Actually hit the ball 3 times.
Yep.
You just never know.
Well, let's see if he squares around again. 2-1. Charging, running everywhere in the infield, and it's going to go to second base. Hill will make the flip, so Tillman gets it done. He got the runners moved up and almost got a base hit. That's a nice play by Hill, who had to regroup as he was headed over towards first base.
Well, if you're Buck, I think you got to know the strengths and the weaknesses of your players if you manage, and enough confidence in Chris to not put the runners in motion, but with everybody moving, think, it's a great hitter's count, 2-1. You're probably going to get a fastball. He did, and he does get him over. Probably a higher percentage play than bunting.
So now an RBI chance. Nick Markakis a base hit, and the Orioles will have 2 runs. There are 2 down. Corbin's delivery to him inside for a ball. Markakis grounded out his first time up, and the Orioles get their chance against the left-hander. Get a couple up on the board. Outfield straight away on Nick. Teagarden and Roberts the runners, and another pitch that's going to miss inside, and the count will go to 2-0. Left-handers just 184 off Corbin, as we talked about, and 216 by righties. His overall opponent batting average at 209 is the 6th lowest in the National League. 2-0 delivery, and he misses outside, so he falls behind. 3-0 count on Markakis.
All right, you got a guy waiting on deck, as you mentioned, has been struggling until he got the base hit. 0 for 9, hitting .350. Do you let him hit here? These are the decisions managers have to make.
And quickly. 3-0 delivery on the way he was taking. It is in there for a strike, and it goes to 3-1.
Well, first thing I noticed about Nick Markakis, we mentioned the dearth of doubles and home runs. The crouch is not as crouchy today, a little more upright. I mean, still the coil, but he is considerably more upright than he has been over the course of this. And there's that borderline pitch, right? One of those ones, if you're pitching, boy, you love it. You get it. If you're a hitter, you want it to be ball 4.
Right on the corner, perfectly located. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Scott Berry, the home plate umpire, noted for having a fairly tight strike zone. 3-2, 2 down. 2 in scoring position. Corbin's delivery. Markakis is going to deliver a base hit and 2 runs. Coming to the plate, Roberts' throw will not be in time. Teagarden ahead of him, and the Orioles take a 2-1 lead as Nick Markakis delivers and gets 2 ribbies for his effort with 2 down.
Well, when you're in a crouch, I mean, watch, he's just higher. He can get on top of the ball, fights it off, what he does so well. I mean, look how much more upright he is. So a little bit of an adjustment. And not an extra base hit. Who cares? Just a nice little single into left to plate 2 runs.
So Nick Markakis gets it done, and the Orioles again able to get runs on the board with 2 away, which they've done a lot of here in this road trip. Manny Machado with a big cut will foul it back. Machado's had a base hit in his at bat. Markakis now with 49 RBIs on the season for the Orioles. A big 2-out hit. Machado with Markakis at first and 2 down. Goldschmidt plays off the bag against Markakis. Moves out with him when Markakis starts to take the lead. Goldschmidt kind of moves off and out, trying to cut that hole down between first and second, because Manny Machado has put a number of base hits in that hole this year. That one's not going to be between the hole. It's going to be out of the hole. Darn thing. Goodbye. Home run. Manny Machado, a 2 RBI homer. And the Orioles have a 4-1 lead.
Wow. Hanging changeup drilled.
About as hard a home run as Manny Machado has hit or probably will hit. His 11th homer, RBIs 55 and 56.
Well, one of the great high ball hitters on this team. And for a 21-year-old guy, they've been pitching to him. Watch this hanging changeup. I mean, he telegraphs it, it stays up, and it is drilled.
So the Orioles here in the 2nd inning, much to the delight of Mike, have already gone over the ERA of Corbin. It was 2.36. They've scored 4 runs in the inning off the left-hander. And the Orioles have a 4-1 lead. 4 runs, 5 hits. Adam Jones, 1 ball, 1 strike count. Adam hit into a fielder's choice his first time up.
Well, you want to make guys swing a little bit freer. Get a 2-out base hit like Markakis did. Because he doesn't get that hit. If Corbin's able to get him out, then boy, everything changes. Gripping the bat, trying a little bit too hard. You dump one in left, you get 2 runs in, and then Corbin, and you'll probably unnerve him. Again, he's only a second-year pitcher. He makes a mistake, and all of a sudden, you get another 2.
That ball into his glove. Corbin reaching, and Jones is retired. But the Orioles have a big inning coming up with the 4 runs, 2 RBIs, Markakis, and a 2-run homer by Manny Machado. His 11th of the year. 4-1 O's. Look above and beyond page. 6 extra inning games yesterday, tied for the 3rd most extra inning games in a single day in Major League history. Orioles had one of those. Leadoff hitter Nunez. Number 2, Soriano for the Yankees. 6 RBIs from those 2 spots. Only the 5th time since the RBIs became a stat in 1920. Teammates have started in the top 2 slots, combined for 10 or more RBIs. And Los Angeles Dodgers, Hanyin Ryu, 5th straight start for the Dodgers. He came away with yet another win, 4th rookie in Dodgers history to be able to do that, joining Fernando Valenzuela, Hideo Nomo, and Keiichi Ishii. All from our friends at Elias. So some big numbers yesterday, team and individually.
And you wonder why the Dodgers have gone 34-8. Greinke and Kershaw and Nolesko. Not only are they scoring runs, I mean, they can beat you a lot of different ways.
It's an amazing record there that they are putting up here with a comeback, as the Arizona Diamondbacks are all too painfully aware of. Ball put in the air to center field by A.J. Pollock. That'll be hauled in by Jones. One away in the 2nd inning. Time for our AT&T Mobility Trivia Fact. Today is just the 2nd matchup in Orioles history with both pitchers at the 800 win percentage or better on August 14. The other one, our own Jim Palmer and Mike Nagy back in 1969, 14-2 and 11-2.
And I think I read the notes. We both got no decisions. Chris Stillman does not want a no decision.
No.
He wants a W.
Orioles won that ball game. I think it was 8-7.
Well, the one thing that we've seen Chris already as he faces Gregorius is that he's got the sky hook going. It's a pitch he didn't have in San Francisco, but he was still able to get him out with his fastball and changeup. So that's why you want it. That's kind of an interesting thing. Everybody says, well, you need 3 or 4 pitches. Well, what you really need is more than one every time you pitch. And that could be a changeup. It could be a curveball. Sometimes if you don't have the good fastball, they can get you into the late innings.
0-2 delivery. Gregorius, a young shortstop, down to first and foul. The rookie has had a 1 for 7. in this series, and of late has struggled at the plate, hitting only .167 in the last 13 games for Kirk Gibson's ball club. 0-2 count on him. Pitcher Corbin waiting on deck. Tillman with the 0-2 delivery. Gregorius will take it. It will miss down low. And a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Yeah, he looks like a young player that's just maybe the analogy is that you inadvertently put your foot on the accelerator when it's in park and it revs up. He plays at a very high level. Maybe not as much under control as.
That's going to be down into the corner. Nick Markakis waiting for it to roll off that fence. It'll bounce back to him. Gregorius thinking 3 will stop as Markakis gets it in. So Gregorius on with a 1-out double here in the second inning.
And the motor really revs up on hanging changeups. I mean, he's thinking triple. What we've seen in this series, a lot of young hitters. I mean, you got Goldschmidt, he's still only in the second full year. There's your hanging changeup. And he comes out of the box exactly the way, if you're Don Bailey or hitting instructor, that's the way you're taught. Come out, think triple until, of course, you look at the scoreboard, it's 4-1. You put the brakes on. But they've been getting a lot of good pitches to hit, and they haven't been missing them.
So 14 doubles on the year for him. Now Corbin coming to the plate, the pitcher with 1 away. And he's swinging. Pops it up. Hardy, foul territory, makes the catch. And Corbin is retired for the second out of the inning. 3 lucky fans are going to win a lunch with Buck Showalter as part of Masson's Social Media Weekend Facebook Sweepstakes, styled by Hair Cuttery. Just go to facebook.com/MassonOrioles. Click on Enter Sweepstakes for your chance to win. Matt Wieters with a day off, at least from the start, with his skipper. Looking a little baseball over there. 2 down, Gregorius on at second base, and that'll bring Power to the plate. 4-1 lead for the O's, out hitting the D-backs 5-3 so far in the ballgame. But as the Orioles have learned the hard way in this series, leads don't necessarily last.
Yeah, you can't get far enough ahead of these guys. As I told their skipper, Kurt Gibson, we got a scrappy bunch of guys. He said that's what we do. And they have some injuries. Obviously, Cody Ross, the Diamondbacks, about 3 weeks ago, they go down up to Boston, and all of a sudden Cody Ross, who hurt his hip the other day, got red hot. 4 hits, a couple of doubles, a home run. He's out. Chavez is out, so that's some missing parts. But
Jarrow, the catcher's out.
Yeah, exactly.
Ross had the operation yesterday, by the way, and apparently all went well. Surgery to repair the fracture in his right hip, and gone for the year.
Yeah, we wish him well. I mean, we saw him last year, first year in the American League, in fact, only year exclusively with the Red Sox. Hit about 27 home runs. Had a nice year for the Sox.
Geraldo Parra, 1-ball 1-strike count, runner on second base. Gregorius with good speed, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. Parra hitting only a .95 with runners in scoring position this season, and he's had 82 at bats in these situations. Overall, the Diamondbacks done a good job. They've been 4 or 5 in the National League team average with runners in scoring position this year.
Well, they're 5th in runs, even though they don't hit a lot of home runs. I mean, Goldsmith, has 28% of their home runs.
And a ground ball that'll come off the plate. That will be chopped foul. So the count, of ball and 2 strikes on Parra as he tries to get the runner in from second.
Well, he hit his home run last night in the 7th inning off of Miguel Gonzalez. He just took a 2-strike fastball up and in and hammered it to right field. Got out of here very quickly.
One and 2. Hardy holding the runner a little close at second. And the 1-2 delivery on the way. That ball put in the air. Jones going back, center field, way back at the wall. It'll bounce off the wall and away from him. A run will score. Parr's on his way to third. He'll be held up with an RBI triple. And it is a 4-2 ball game.
Yeah, he's not, he's playing kind of semi-deep, and he's going back a long way. I don't think he knows where the wall is, and That's the ball that he usually catches. Certainly not an easy play. But for Adam Jones, had to run a long way, got to it before he hit the wall. It's hard in this ballpark because it's so vast. And you don't play here a lot. But again, it's a ball that he usually will somehow grab.
Right off the glove as he, I think it looked like he thought he was going to run into the wall and still had another step to go.
And the minute he drops it, Gary, you're thinking inside the Parker with the bar of speed.
And 413 feet away.
Yeah.
So a 4-2 ball game, runner at third base. Big 2-out triple, and Prado up. He's delivered a double, and he scored the other run. Well, the Diamondbacks coming back here in the bottom half of the second inning. Jumping around at third base.
Well, that's why. That's why you take the stretch.
Up high to him. Pyre picks up his third triple of the year. 19 triples have been hit by the Diamondbacks, and you can see why in this ballpark. You put a ball out there that's not caught in those power alleys. Outfielders have a long way to go to get him.
Well, we saw on Monday night when Pollock hit a line drive, they got over Nick Markakis' head. The ball it's a big ballpark, but the ball carries. We have to still play a little bit deeper.
Taking all the way, and it'll miss.
So when you play a little bit deeper, because of the fact this is at 1,100 feet, the second highest ballpark in the United States, balls drop in.
Prado at 248 with runners in scoring position. 3-0 count. He's looked at a lot of pitches in this 3-game series. 3-0 delivery. You look at another one that's going to catch the inside corner.
And then you look on deck if you're Chris Tillman and you see the shadow of Paul Goldschmidt, who hit a couple of home runs last night.
Long shadow.
Oh, was it ever. He's the guy on this team you always know where he is.
3 ball, 1 strikeout. The runner off third. Tillman gets it in, and it is fouled the other way. So Chris Tillman comes back on him, and a 3 ball, 2 strike count. Chris is making his 24th start and his 11th on the road this year. On the road with that tremendous 7-1 record and a 2.97 ERA. He's given up some home runs, a lot of solo shots. He's coming into this game with 24 surrendered on the year. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and he got him to reach down the line. Markakis coming over and will not have a play. He'll hop up into the seats. Ball game, which on paper looked like it would be a big-time pitcher's duel, with the 12-3 for Corbin and the 14-3 for Tillman early on, is being dictated by the bats. Already have 6 runs, 9 hits combined for these 2 ball clubs. 3-2 count. Runner off third base. Ball put up in the air, right center field. Nick Markakis. He's got it. And Prado is retired with a run in on a couple of hits with a base runner left on, and the Orioles lead is now 4-2. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by the Intel-powered Ultrabook and by PNC for the Achiever in you. The Great Southwest, here in the Valley, where the Orioles have a 4-2 lead, going to the top of the third inning.
Saguaro cactus, some of them thousands of years old. I grew up with them.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. You just Phoenix, where we are, is the base of the valley, and if you all you have to do is go up 500,000 feet of elevation, and all of a sudden you start seeing the saguaros, unless they've been transplanted as they are here.
Chris Davis takes it inside. Krister will walk his first time up. 299, league leading home runs and RBIs to start the day. Got him to go after a pitch that was outside, and it'll go to a ball and 2 strikes. For Chris this season against lefties, 12 home runs and a .245 batting average. 1-2 delivery. Davis puts it into the screen. Take a look at some of the numbers Chris chasing down, and there are so many. 77 extra base hits, on pace for 104. Only 5 players have had 105 or more all time. 294 total bases, most since Derek Lee got it done. And a swing and a foul tip. Derek Lee had a tremendous season, obviously, when you put up those kind of numbers. For Chris Davis, continues to chase the Maris 61 home run mark, which is still the American League record for home runs in a single season. He will foul it away. Stays at 1-2.
Yeah, a lot of arms and legs with Patrick Corbin. That's why that slider, talked about it. One of our keys to the game was the fact that of his strikeouts, 52% come on that pitch.
1-2 delivery on the way, and Davis will go down swinging.
And there it is. And it looks like he throws it, I don't know, purposefully, but different speeds. This one takes a little bit off, locates it right where you want it, down and away. 81 miles per hour. Perfectly thrown. It steps right at you and then hits that outside corner.
So Corbin gets a strikeout, his first of the ball game. He has walked 1, struck out 1. He's got 134 strikeouts in 159 innings pitched. Only 42 walks have been surrendered. He is a fly ball pitcher. About 52% of his outs in the air. Ballpark, if you keep it in the middle, you're okay to do that. If the ball gets pulled right or left, then there are going to be some home runs. 1-0 count, Hardy.
Yeah, you can just look around at their outfielders, and because of the nature of this ballpark, they play deeper than I think some of the visiting teams. I mean, you can see Pollock. I mean, look, he's way out here. And I mean, everybody, because the ball carries. It's big, easier for most outfielders to come in than to go back.
AJ on the fastball, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
So now all of a sudden, this is what you like to see. Young outfielders. Pollock just moved from left center to right center with the count.
Did he go? They check it first. Marquez down there with the. No, he didn't.
Show you what Alfonso is looking at. He didn't. It's kind of a slow motion check swing. Checked it and then
2-2. He went that time. Throw's going to have to be made, though. Will be by Nieves. 2 strikeouts for Corbin in the inning. Pennant race heating up with the Orioles and the Rays, with a big matchup coming starting next Monday through Wednesday. And on Wednesday, the first 10,000 fans 15 and over will receive an Orioles license plate frame. You can show your Birdland pride. Big battle matchup in the East. Get your tickets in advance at 888-848-BIRD, or go to Orioles.com. Steve Pearce saw 1 pitch in his first at bat, and he grounded out. 2 down, 3rd inning. And Pearce waving at one on a breaking ball, 0-2.
Well, I think Charles Nagy, pitching coach, accomplished major league starter, a couple of 17-game win seasons, said, Patrick, my lad, throw some sliders. And that's what he's done here in the 3rd inning. You got to understand, I mean, this is his 24th start. He's only given up 4 or 5 runs on 4 occasions. That's how good he's been. But if you're Patrick Corbin, you've seen, as you mentioned, Gary, his team come back. So just keep it right there. You had your bad inning.
1-2 delivery, and again another check swing, did not go around on that. And a 1-ball 2-strike count on Steve Pearce. Steve getting an opportunity to start against the left-hander. He has a 4-game hit streak and is 1 for 3 in this series. Here's the 2-2 delivery to him down to first base. Goldschmidt is there. He'll take it to the bag, and Corbin is dominating the innings. He retires the side in order for the first time. Orioles 4, D-backs 2. Take a look at our Hollywood Casino League leaderboard, slots, tables, and dining. The ultimate triple play at Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. Orioles continue to chase down the best defensive team effort in Major League Baseball history. Right now on top, the Rays not that far behind. Yankees, Twins, and Tigers.
Yeah, the Orioles with 36 errors. The Rays right behind them with 42. Very mobile defense down for Joe Madden and his Rays.
And a 4-2 ball game here as Chris Tillman will be facing Goldschmidt, Hill, and Davidson. 3-4-5 in the order for Arizona. Diamondbacks trying to sweep a 3-game set. Orioles trying to take this one and get their 5th win in 8 games on this road trip. Goldschmidt will take the pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Orioles will be returning home after the ball game tonight. They have a day off, and then Colorado in for the weekend series for 3 games. And that will do it this year for interleague play for the Orioles. 2 strikes on Goldschmidt. But Showalter will not be sorry to see that, just to get his DH back and his pitchers back on the bench between innings.
Yeah, back into arena baseball. It's who can score the most. Games in Camden Yards, great hitters park, tough to pitch in.
The Orioles against Colorado have named Chen and Bud Norris as the first 2 starters. Game 3 starter not yet announced.
Yeah, I look at Chris Tillman, and great record at home, 7-2, ERA at 4.36 on the road, 7-1, ERA under 3 runs a game. But the big difference, 18 home runs thrown at home, only 6 on the road. Ballpark has a lot to do with that.
Goldschmidt trying to tee one up, fouls it back, 2-ball, 2-strike count on him. Corey Goldschmidt, he leads the league, National League in home runs and in RBIs with 93. He is 4th in runs, 1st in total bases, 3rd in extra base hits. 2-2 delivery to him. That'll go to third base. Manny Machado circles and gets the out.
Yeah, a couple of nice sliders. That's a pitch that Chris's 4th pitch. When you read the bat, pretty good swings at the fastball, slider, a little bit of movement, good location, and get some ground balls and strikeouts and pop-ups.
1 down. That'll bring up Aaron Hill with his 7-game hit streak and a 3.03 batting average. Hill drew a walk his first time up. Takes the pitch away. Now a .284 lifetime hitter against the Orioles. 17 lifetime home runs against Baltimore. This is the 95th game he's played against the O's. And most of those, of course, coming in the American League East with Toronto. And he's just happy to be healthy again.
Yeah. 26 home runs last year. That's what health allows him to do.
Here's the 2-0 delivery, and the pitch is a strike called in the outside corner. 2 ball, 1 strike count on Hill. So Hill, one of the few familiar names to the Orioles and their pitchers in this lineup. Tillman's delivery to him, and that's going to be foul back. Hill has gone 2 for 14 off Tillman, with one of those 2 hits being a home run.
Well, maybe that's why when he just hung that slider, he came out of his shoes. Saw something he could finally hit. It was almost eye high.
Ready with a 2-2 delivery. And a 9-iron shot into the seats, and it will stay at 2-2.
Now, we've seen Chris over the last 6 weeks, almost 2 months, use the changeup. That's what that was. To righties, lefties. His last game, as we mentioned, only 1 run in 8 innings up in San Francisco. He could just pepper the outside corner to lefties.
2-2 delivery again, and that one put up in the air. Jones will come over and make the catch. Hill's retired, and 2 down here in the 3rd inning. Let's take a look at our Volkswagen moment in history. This moment brought to you by the Volkswagen Best Thing Ever event. Visit VWDealer.com. 1962, the always smiling Al Jackson had a 15-inning complete game through 215 pitches and lost. Bobby Cox was ejected on this date 2007 for the 132nd time, setting a new major league record for ejections by a manager. That was a long-standing record that had been held by John McGraw. For 42 years he held the mark. Bobby Cox beat him. And a swing and a miss fooled Matt Davidson.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine it's going to take long for Bobby Cox to get to the Hall of Fame. Kind of manager he was. I assume he'd be on one of the ballots coming up.
1-1 delivery on the way, 1-2. Expectation, of course, that Maddox will receive enough votes to go in next year. Tommy Glavine will be on the ballot.
Yeah, the 300 winners. Maddox with 355, somewhere in that number. I think Glavine at 305.
And that ball put up in the air, right field, going back on the warning track, and there to make the catch is Mark Akins. So Davidson is retired in a clean inning, 1-2-3, the first for Tillman in the ball game. Shall we wrap? Played here. Project out. This is what the pennant race looks like right now. For the Red Sox at the current win percentage, they would win 96 games. The Rays, current win percentage, would win 91. The Orioles, current win percentage, would win 88. That's what the Orioles are up against. So are the Rays, so are the Red Sox, as we go into the final 42 of the year.
Well, you know as well as I, a nice little winning streak can change those projected numbers, and even more so, a nice little losing streak, because a lot of teams don't react well to those.
That ball is going to be a base hit as Taylor Teagarden is on again. Teagarden going after the first pitch from Corbin, and the Oriole backup catcher who's starting today is 2 for 2.
Well, he is so happy he doesn't get a right-hander that throws sliders, because when you don't play a lot, boy, the ball going away versus the one that ends up in the middle of the plate, which is where that ends up from a lefty, a lot easier to hit. Batting average shows that, even though home runs one each, righties and lefties.
So a leadoff single for the Orioles. Corbin retires a very solid 77% of leadoff batters. The Orioles get the leadoff man on here in the fourth inning. 4-6-0 for the Orioles, 2-4-0 for the D-backs. D-backs have left 3. The Orioles have left 2. Orioles 4 runs, 4 hits second inning. Markakis a 2 RBI single, and Machado a 2-run homer. And Roberts will take the pitch for a ball. He has singled and scored in the ball game. Diamondbacks RBI single. Matt Davidson in the first inning, RBI triple by Parr, bringing home Gregorius in the second. 2-0 delivery. Roberts shows bunt and will take a strike. He thought he had Davidson back. Took a look down there. Davidson moved in, and the count goes to 2-1. The Orioles in the wild card race have Oakland and Tampa Bay ahead of them. Orioles are 2 games behind Tampa Bay for the second wild card spot. 2-1 delivery. That's going to be a race, though. You got Cleveland's only 3.5 behind, Kansas City 4, and the Yankees 5.5 from the second wild card spot. The Orioles have a lot of games left against those teams. They've got 3 against Oakland, 7 against Tampa Bay, 3 against the Indians, and 7 against the Yankees. And all of those teams involved in looking to the postseason.
And what, 9 with the Red Sox?
Yeah.
So, well, they just have to start playing better, talking about the Orioles. It doesn't really matter what the Red Sox do. Obviously, if every team would win for trailing and everybody wins their games, which is not going to happen, you're in trouble. But those 2-for-1s, you talked about it last night. It's great when you go in. I mean, it puts pressure on you, because sometimes even 2 out of 3 doesn't get you where you want to. But if you start playing well and you do something they haven't done all year, 7, 8 game, 9 game winning streak, everything changes.
Nice stop made. Nieves. Runner stays at first base. Roberts with a 3-ball, 2-strike count. It's going to be a great finish, and we've mentioned often the Orioles, of course, going into the final 3 weeks, all division games. I mean, that's just going to be some kind of a race. The Orioles having the games right in front of them that they have to win. They won't have to look at the scoreboard. 3-2 count on Roberts, and he'll foul it off.
I mean, it's just with a relatively young team, and the Orioles have one of the youngest teams in the American League. It's tremendous. It's just a field to learn about what you're about, what it takes. You know, you got it last year when you were playing well. And this year, a little bit more of a struggle. Learned a lot of lessons. I hope you get Hamill back.
3-2. That goes to right. That's going to be a base hit. Into second base. Read on it by Teagarden. Parra hustled it in, thinking he might actually have a force out at second, but Teagarden had a good enough read to get there. Well, the next fireworks night at Oriole Park, scheduled for August 23, Friday night, 7:05 game against the A's. A great post-game display set to the hits of the Beatles, commemorating the 50th anniversary of their American League debut. American League. How about American debut? Get your tickets in advance at 888-848-BIRD, to go to Orioles.com. I put the Beatles in the American League. It's a good idea. Had a good 4 spot, 1 through 4. Here's Chris Tillman. Tillman now trying to help his own cause with the sacrifice. Again, they'll play to get the out at third base. Tillman indeed bunts, and that's a good one. That's right where he wanted it. And the play is made by Davidson. The sacrifice will move 2 into scoring position.
Chris, a pretty athletic guy. Good fielder, holds runners. played other sports in high school. Buck Showalter in the daily tutorial. You ever meet a pitcher, good starting pitcher that wasn't a good athlete? I said Dean Chance. Well, give me another one. Dean Chance couldn't do anything but throw a sinker slider. Won the Cy Young. 12 shutouts. He had trouble sneezing. But he could pitch. But that's a rarity.
So a sacrifice, and Tillman moves them. And the Orioles get a chance here with the infield drawn in. Nick Markakis already has delivered 2 RBIs and a base hit. He's 1 for 2. And Nick will take the pitch inside and low. Lead runner Teagarden at third base. Roberts on at second. Orioles 1 for 3. Runners in scoring position. They had only 2 chances. The ball game last night, they got their home runs off RBIs. The RBIs off home runs, rather, came either with 2 down or leadoff men on.
Yeah, this is unusual strategy this early in the game.
1-0 delivery is a blooper. Shortstop Gregorius can get back there and put it away. Big out.
Really is. And already with a 2-run single. This time he gets a fastball in on his fist and he pops it up. So nice pitching by Patrick Corbin.
Now Manny Machado. Machado has delivered a home run for 2 RBIs, second inning, and a single picked up in the first. So Machado now at 295. Now with 3 hits and 13 at bats in this 3-game set. Delivery to him with 2 outs will be taken outside for a ball. And he continues the torrid season in every way, and one of the hardest hit balls he's had all year. He just went up and drilled it to left field. And you see how far back that ball went, and he brought in Markakis ahead of him. 1-0 delivery popped up right field side. Long run. Parra coming over and in fair territory will make the catch on Machado. So Corbin works out of danger. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left in scoring position. PNC Bank for the Achiever in you.
Yeah, Josh Stinson, he's one of the 15 starters the Orioles have had this year. Came up, pitched a game in Camden Yard. He gave up 4 home runs, but actually, it's hard to. I'm not sure I ever pitched a game where I did pitch games where I gave up 4 or 5 home runs. I never said I pitched well, but he actually pitched pretty well. They just all the times they hit the ball, as we mentioned, the ball went out. But a guy that down the road, I think has a pretty good chance. I don't know about starting in the major leagues, but certainly becoming a long man because might be a good matchup guy. Great slider that afternoon.
We go to the bottom of the 4th inning with the Orioles on top by a score of 4-2. And Chris Tillman has a walk and no strikeouts. He gets Nieves, Pollock, and Gregorius 6, 7, 8 in the order. Nieves grounded out his first time up. Talked about the race to the postseason in the American League for these Diamondbacks, they right now are 5.5 games out of the wild card, second spot. That'll be popped up. Markakis coming in, but Roberts out, had it lined up. Nieves retired on a pitch and one away here in the fourth inning.
Yeah, what they trail the Cardinals, I guess they're right ahead of them.
Cardinals are up by a game and a half. Cincinnati, this is wild card now.
Yeah.
Cincinnati is second, and Arizona 5.5 behind the Reds.
Kirk Gibson made it pretty clear. He said, I don't know if we're going to catch the Dodgers. We're certainly going to try. We just have to play well. And they played them twice, talking about Diamondbacks, Orioles, and they've won 2 games. And they've done it in a very aggressive, scrappy way. Some big hits, some big pitching. Back end of their bullpen is very good.
0-1 delivery on the way to Pollock, an off-speed pitch in there for a strike. There have been some kind of finishes. They won game 1 with the 7-6 walk-off home run, 9th inning by Adam Eaton. And then last night, 9th inning, Goldschmidt tied it up. 11th inning, Goldschmidt won it with another walk-off home run. The Orioles, like most teams, don't lose many ball games where you have a lead late. The Orioles are 28-4 when they have a lead after 8 innings. That 4th loss coming in the ball game last night. Pollock, 0-2 count. Chopper at the plate. Their starting center fielder, 1 hit in 11 at bats against the Orioles. He's a rookie. Leads the rookies in the National League in doubles with 24 extra base hits. Tied in runs scored for rookies. 0-2 delivery to him, and that one again foul back. Riding him inside off the fist.
Yeah, the only base hit, a triple over the head of Nick Markakis on Monday.
Tillman with the 0-2 count. And that pitch will be up high, 1-2. Tillman, of course, looking for a win number 15, and time of the season where you begin to wonder whether or not there'll be any 20-game winners around Major League Baseball. Time running out as far as number of starts that will be had. That ball shatters the bat and will be fouled away.
Well, the guy Max Scherzer, I think, you know, he's my guy. 17-1. The way they get him, the way he pitches, the way they score him runs.
Pretty good chance.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Got no decision yesterday. Actually pitched pretty well. Rick Adair, a pitching coach, looking on.
National League probably not going to have one with Zimmerman, Lynn, and Wainwright all with 13. May not even get enough starts to take a shot at it. Tillman, if he could win the remainder of his starts, might have a chance. He stays pitching on 4 days rest the rest of the way. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way, and that'll be taken and in the dirt. Moore with the Tampa Bay Rays has got 14 wins, tied with Tillman and Bartolo Colon. All 3 of them at 14. They're tied for second wins in the American League. 2 ball, 2 strike count. 9th pitch of this at bat, and Tillman. It's the bouncer to Manny Machado on throw, and got him.
Oh, he can run, and you know, Manny made a nice play. And one of the keys, Mike Bordick talks about this all the time, is if you're an infielder, how quick are your feet? Can you get him under it? So nice range. He plays it off to the side. So there, drops his arm. And meanwhile, Pollock is not making it like it's routine. I mean, he's going to fly. This is what his manager used to play. So he makes it a very close play by hustling.
And Tillman has retired 2 in a row here in the 4th inning. Is Gregorius, who had a double and scored on the triple by Parra in the 2nd inning. 6 in a row retired by the Orioles starter. Didi Gregorius, 1-0.
Well, ideally, you want to get Gregorius out, and then you want the pitcher leading off the next inning, even if they pinch hit for him. I don't think they will, because Corbin's pitched that well. He chases ball 3.
2 ball, 1 strike count on the youngster at short. A lot of players learning to play this game for the Diamondbacks here at the major league level, with Pollock and Eaton, who's not in today, Gregorius, all rookies, and all getting a lot of playing time because of those injuries that we talked about earlier. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Gregorius, see if he's anxious to go after one. Set up outside Teegarden, and he doesn't, and he'll draw the walk.
Well, that is what I call a free pass. He goes 2-0. He throws a fastball. He swings when it's in the glove. Comes back with a breaking ball. I have no idea why, and then misses with ball 4. It's not only about getting guys on. I mean, the pitch count's now at 71. If you're Kirk Gibson and you manage the Diamondbacks, where do you want to go? You want to go to the Oriole bullpen. He knows. He read all the stuff about, hey, we only have guys available, and blah 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 blah. They want Tillman out. And now, instead of having Corbin leading off the next inning, he gets to hit here in the 4th.
2 down, runner on at first base, 2 walks by Tillman in the ball game. Down to first to Davis. He'll go to the bag, and that will retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. A base runner left on. The Orioles have led through us, still do by 2. And our 5th inning home run bonus inning is here. For this inning only, tonight's Maryland Lottery Hit It Big contestant of the game gets $500 for any Orioles home run. Ning Chin has already won $1,200. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery Hit It Big contestant of the game, play 5-card cash. Go to mdlottery.com/Orioles to enter. And a winner last night is J.J. Hardy. It is 22nd home run in the 5th inning of the ball game. Patrick Corbin, the 24-year-old, on the mound, has given up 4 runs, 7 hits. Tillman 2 runs, 4 hits. Each team has left 4 on base.
Yeah, Corbin thinks and hopes that that second inning will be his bad inning, 4-run inning.
Adam Jones comes to the plate. Jones 0 for 2 is hit into a fielder's choice, grounded out. 0 for his last 10. And Jones will take the pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Orioles have really struggled against the Diamondbacks in the few times they have met. They are 3-11 against the D-backs, including a 2-win, 6-loss mark here in Phoenix, in the city and with the organization that Buck Showalter helped create, taking the job as the man in charge 2 years before the ball club, 2.5 years before the ball club ever got out on the field. Tag on the strikeout. Jones is retired. There's the 3rd K for Corbin.
Yeah, he just goes chasing. Through 1 strike. That was the first pitch. Back-to-back sliders. Didn't pick him up. They make it look pretty bad.
Chris Davis, a strikeout victim, and he has also drawn a walk. Corbin's only walk surrendered. Corbin 30 wins, 21 losses. Young career with a 12-3 mark this year. Chris will take it for a strike. Talking about Chris being a streak home run hitter, MLB had a good breakdown on it. Now it's gone this year for him. Chris Davis started the season, had homers in 4 straight. He hit 5 in 7 games in a stretch in May, 7 in a 9-game stretch mid-June, 4 in a 4-game stretch end of June and into July, and then he homered in 4 straight going to the All-Star break. Came out of the All-Star break homerless in 10 games. Now has 7 homers in his last 13, including 6 in August. Hoo-ah! That will get your attention.
He's trying to cover outside corner, and Corbin is trying to pitch in, and the ball gets away from him. It's a combination of diving and up and in, and it can almost get you hit.
2-2 delivery is swung on and missed. He made it work for him.
Well, we're seeing exactly what the numbers tell us. Again, almost 53% of his strikeouts are on this pitch. That's the slider. So I don't know if the fact that the spin is so tight, that's what the good slider does. You don't really pick it up, and it just slides away. And he's a 6'3" guy, so he's got a nice little tilt. The ball's not only going laterally, but down a little bit.
And the pitch will miss outside for a ball to J.J. Hardy. 2 down, nobody on. Hardy, a strikeout victim, is hit into a fielder's choice. Had a couple of Ks back to back in the 3rd, and now 2 Ks here in the 5th inning for Patrick Corbin, who's getting tougher seemingly as it rolls along here. That's going to go into left field. That's a base hit. Hardy. He'll make the turn. Prado dropped it. It got by him. Hardy's going to go to second base. So a base hit and an error on Prado will put a runner in scoring position.
If he doesn't get to it as quickly as he did, because he made a nice effort to get there, it's probably just going to be a double. But he scurries over into the corner, fastball in the middle of the plate. And right here, look how quickly he gets to a very fast field and just muffs it. So scorer's looking. Did J.J. Hardy come out of the plate? Yeah, he was thinking double, but he stopped it first because he thought he was going to catch it.
So the D-backs commit their 56th error of the season, and a great off-speed breaking ball to Pierce, who is 0 for 2.
One swing the first time, as you mentioned, and then 3 straight sliders the last time, and then a fastball to get the check swing to first base. So the slow stuff fooled him.
0-1, 2 down, and Pierce threw that one.
There's another one.
It's one thing that Corbin has done all year long, and that's throw strikes early. He's got the first pitch strike high 71%, better than anyone else in the majors. Phil Hughes, Cliff Lee, Kevin Slowey, the others. That to left field. It'll be near the warning track. Prado will get there and haul it in. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left on base. Ball game remains to the offense that came early, 4-2. Again on Friday, the Orioles will be returning home, and they have a 9-game home set, beginning with the 3-game set against the Rockies. Wei-Yin Chen will be taking the mound against Juan Nicasio. Coverage on MASN 2 HD, 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN. Rockies coming in. Lost 6 of their last 10. Kadaya, their leader offensively. There are the probable starters for the 3-game set for the Rockies, with the Orioles having announced Chen and Bud Norris for the first 2. And that will end interleague play, and that series is completed. Tillman going after win number 15. You'll have the top of the order coming up here in the 5th inning. The Orioles on this road trip, their starters have gone 1-1. ERA at 2.7 for the starters, very good. They've averaged 6 innings. For the starters in the ball game, the bullpen, 3 wins, 2 losses, 2 blown saves, 3.66 ERA, and the pitch will be taken outside for a ball. So the Orioles in front on this one, 4-2. Miley started on the left there. Bad play made by Roberts on power, 1 away.
Chris Tillman would like to have an efficient inning. It averages about a little over 17 pitches per inning. That was the 74th pitch. We'll get a little deeper into the game. Save the bullpen. Buck Showalter can match up.
Prado coming up. He's had a double, a run scored, and he is flied out. Matt Davidson, an RBI single. Barrow with the RBI triple. The 2 runs for the Diamondbacks. Orioles home runs. Manny Machado 2 RBIs, and Marquez 2 RBI single. The 4 runs for the O's. Prado, the 1 for 2, will take the pitch for a strike. 3 hits, 8 at bats in the series, with a couple of RBIs. Oh, 1 delivery to him. That'll be in the dirt. Teagarden. That one just bounce off his body.
Trying to get out of the way. Nobody on.
The pacer, Kurt Gibson, goes from one end to the other. Talks to about anybody who wants to listen, or even if they don't. He's the manager. You listen.
Especially to him. Or else.
1-1 delivery on the way, and that's fouled off. And Martin Prado, 1 ball, 2 strike count on it. He's always talking baseball over there. He is one of those managers who likes to teach as he goes, talk about the game, puts his thoughts out with his coaches. One ball, 2 strike delivery on the way, and a slapper towards second base.
Oh, nice little hop. Yeah. I talked to Joe Garagiola, who actually named this whole broadcast, and what is his favorite thing? The room service curveball? Well, that was a room service hop.
Big bounce for the out. So Tillman's got a chance at having a pretty efficient inning now. 2 down, nobody on, and Goldschmidt will be coming to the plate. Goldschmidt 0 for 2 in this one, 3 for 11. With 2 home runs in the series. And the pitch, another bouncer. Teagarden's going to take out. Don't make me come out there. 1-0 count.
Ooh, a little slider. I mean, that was.
How about how he protects him, though? I like that. That's good. 1-0 count, Goldschmidt. Save all those great stops for when somebody's on base.
Yeah, well, yeah, there are days, especially when you're big, tall, and you're trying to throw the ball downhill, you can beat up your catcher. I mean, we were talking about Rick Dempsey last night. I'd have him jumping up and, trying to block balls on curve balls and sliders.
Outside of first on the foul ball, 2 ball, 1 strike count.
You're always kind of talking about mechanics, that you want to have good tilt. Well, but you do want to get at least a home plate.
That's a primary. That's
right.
number one.
Well, Denver used to come out. Can you please try to get one all the way to the plate? I know. Let's not get too carried away with just keeping the ball down stuff.
Just for yucks, throw one into my mitt.
Yeah, right.
2-1 on Goldschmidt. 2 down here, nobody on. 2-1 delivery to him. He thought about it, and it was a strike. Count goes to 2-2. Goldschmidt is 25 years old and already big star in baseball. 5-year deal with an option for 2019. 2-2 pitch to him, and Tillman will just miss, keeping it down and away. 3 ball, 2 strike count.
You've seen his velocity vacillate between 89 and that one at 95. How Paul took that pitch, it's beyond me. That was a pretty good fastball. It was a ball.
3-2 delivery, and another one that skips all the way to the backstop. So walk number 3, and the potential tying run's going to come to the plate. On Sunday, August 25, the first 5,000 kids 14 and under get a set of Orioles earbuds presented by PNC. All kids 14 and under can run the bases after the Orioles A's 135 game presented by Heinz. So bring your family to the ballpark. Have a great day. Get your tickets in advance and save at 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com. The ever dangerous Aaron Hill. He has flied out, drawn a walk, 7-game hit streak for Hill. Runner at first and 2 down. And he will take the pitch for a strike up high. Hill's not only had the hit streak, but he's gotten a lot out of it. Hitting .390 coming in with 4 homers, 14 RBIs in 15 games. 0-1 count. Goldschmidt going nowhere over there at first base. His club down, and that pitch is down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Little, is that a hockey stick?
It could be maybe a little.
Some kind of a walking stick out there on the warning track. Apparently got dropped. Adam Jones knows it's there, kept turning around, but didn't call for timeout. 1 ball, 1 strike. Adam probably going, why me? And the count goes to 1-2.
Well, he's had to get back there very quickly on a number of occasions in this 3-game series. I would venture to say, and again, it's not like you're playing at Coors Field, but I would think you'd want to play a step or 2 deeper than you normally do at this park. Again, because of the way the ball carries it. It seems like they just don't come down as quickly.
1-2 delivery and a breaking ball that's going to be fouled back, and it'll stay at 1-2 from Tillman. They're trying to line that one.
Yeah, well, it's a high curveball, and you almost gave up on it, and then said, oh, wait a minute, it may filter down in the strike zone. I better hack at it. And it does.
I think a fan may have thought, looking at the room in center field, you need a little help out here, Adam, with chasing down fly balls. So he dropped the walking stick. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Tillman, the look at first base. 1-2 delivery to Hill. Chops it to second base. Roberts has got it. It's a Roberts kind of inning. He gets the assist on all 3 outs. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on, and somebody left out. And we remind you that the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report will return to Masson on Friday from 5 to 7. You can join Keith Mills, Dave Johnson, Phil Wood. They'll talk about some of the best and worst signings of the last offseason. Guys, we'll take a look ahead at the Orioles' schedule down the stretch, and that's going to come your way Friday at 5 right here on Masson. Back here in Chase Field, Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer. Orioles have a 4-2 lead, trying to avoid the sweep. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Teagarden's already 2 for 2. Two singles and a run scored.
Yeah, you knew he wasn't going to get a fastball. The devastating slider from Patrick Corbin. There's another one.
And the pitch will be taken inside. They did pick that stick up in center field, and they have found the owner right up overhead. So they get it back to him, and the fan, it is retrieved for him from center field. 1-1 delivery, and that's going to be a base hit. He is amazing. You play once every 12 days or 15, and he comes on and he hits.
Well, a lot of times it's not a good matchup for him. I don't care who you are. You can play every day, and it's hard to hit a slider. I mean, some of the matchups, you get the tough righty. Today, he's very fortunate. I think, I guess, when you look at Matt Wieters, he seems to hit lefties better than righties. Well, you'd like to have him playing today, but Taylor goes, my turn. 3 for 3. Pitch count at 91.
So the Orioles get the leadoff man on again with hit number 9. Brian Roberts has had 2 of those, 2 singles and a run scored. This season for Patrick Corbin, he has not surrendered double-digit hits. He gave up 9 hits to Colorado back in April, game at the end of April, and that's the most hits he surrendered in a ball game. So the Orioles have equaled that in this one, and we are in the top of the 6th inning.
There are a lot of good at bats using the whole field. Brian done both of his hits. Last time went right with a fastball away, hit it in front of Parra in right field. We've seen that from both sides of the plate for Brian. A lot of big hits on this trip.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him, and that one just a real good pitch down and into it. 1 ball, 2 strike count to Roberts.
Well, the whole intention, and you start thinking back whether it's Carlton or Mickey Lolich or Guidry or Sparky Lau, great reliever, Mike Flanagan, guys like that, they had that really sharp slider that it's kind of what they call a back foot slider. So you think it's going to stay up and either swing through it. If you do hit it, great double play ball.
Another one, you won't go after that one though. Takes a tough take, 2-2. How about Brian road trip now with the 2 hits he's had today? He's gone 8 for 22 in the road trip. A double, a triple, 2 runs scored, 3 runs scored now, and 4 RBIs. And with the 2 hits today for Brian, his 10th multi-hit game. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that's there. Just came in that time with a straight one on the inside corner.
Yeah, so you see enough sliders, and then all of a sudden the ability to run the ball at your hip, and that 2-seamer will run back. So you can see Nieves, he moves in just underneath the letters for the strikeout.
So Chris Tillman with a runner at first base and 1 away. He delivered a sacrifice in the 4th inning, grounded out, but got the runners moved up in the 2nd. He will square again. He will take the pitch, and it is in there for a strike. One final today, Cincinnati beating the Cubs again 5-0. The Cubs have had tremendous problems scoring at Wrigley on this homestand there. And here's the 0-1 delivery. Charging, going to look to second base. Goldschmidt decides the better of it as Hill comes over the cover.
Yeah, he didn't charge the first time, so the Diamondbacks they kind of changed their defensive alignment, and Chris he goes to first base because, as I said, he didn't charge, and he almost had the force. Thought about it.
Will Harris in the bullpen. Markakis another RBI chance. He got 2 and a single in the 2nd inning. 1 for 3 in the ball game. He's had opportunities today. He came up in the 4th inning with 2 in scoring position and popped out. He's got a runner in scoring position here. 2 down.
Yeah, 2 out hit the first time, and Runners at second and third, and only one out when he hit that pop up to Gregorius at short back in the fourth.
At second base, Teagarden. Markakis 270 with runners in scoring position to start the day. 1-0 delivery. Corbin's pitch that jammed him. Going to go to second. Aaron Hill will make the play to Goldschmidt. That'll do it. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one left on base. We go to the bottom of the sixth here in Phoenix. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by H.H. Gregg. H.H. Gregg Appliances, Electronics, Furniture, and more. See everything at hhgregg.com. 2:30 local time here in Sun Valley in Phoenix. The temperature is supposed to be up around 108, 110 today. Roof course closed for all these games. They keep it open during the day if it's a night game, and even open this morning so they can get some sun on this grass in order to give it a chance to grow.
Yeah, they have panels. I mean, not only does the roof go back, they have panels to the right and left of the diamond vision that open. Remind me a little of Safeco Field up in Seattle, at least the look of it when the roof was open.
Unusual ballpark, but pretty. It's industrial looking. Well, and as Matt Wieters said yesterday, we were talking to him, said, it feels like the desert. And he didn't say that negatively. It does. Here is Davidson, Matt Davidson, the youngster with an RBI base hit in the first inning. And he has flied out. Davidson, just 22 years old, called up August 11, AAA Reno. 1-0 delivery to him, and Tillman gets the pitch on the inside corner. So here's where the Orioles starters have run into trouble. This 5 through 7, trying to extend the start and go as deep as they can into a ball game.
And this is the pitch count that comes into play to some degree. And
up the middle base hit. Second hit for Davidson, leadoff man on in the sixth inning.
And I don't really know. I mean, I can look at that pitch and right there. That's his 92nd pitch. If you watch Matt Davidson, you get to see him hit one time in the first game, but the previous at bats, Gary, better fastball hitter to Pearson, a slider. He was throwing a slider, but I don't know if it's pitch 92. You don't get it to the corner. It's in the middle of the plate. Speeds up the bat. And now all of a sudden you get the tying run to the plate. So I don't know if it's a matter of focus after you get to 90. It certainly can't be pitching every fifth day that you're tired. I mean, there's just no reason for that.
Miguel Gonzalez, when we talked to him after the game last night, he talked about admitting, saying, look, I think it's focus for me. Says I felt it in the sixth inning, and then in the seventh when they got a couple of runs off him last night. He'd been cruising along. And he made a good. He made the legitimate point, saying, he said, remember, there are also bats on the other side. And I said, you're absolutely right. I mean, guys are trying to get hits too. So if you make a mistake and the focus just a little bit off from what you had early, you said it starts to cost you. 1-0 count on Nieves. Nieves has popped out and grounded out. He's got a 5-game hit streak. They're 35-year-old backup catcher out of Puerto Rico, working while Montero gets himself back into shape. Davis has been an outstanding backup catcher around the majors, just a .229 major league average. San Diego, the Yankees, Washington, Milwaukee, Colorado, and now here in Arizona.
But he can handle the bat, and that, I think Kirk Gibson, his skipper, is aware of that. And better fastball hitter, using the whole field. We saw Feldman strike him out the first 2 times on slow curveballs. A guy, if the count gets to 2-1, that was Sparky Anderson's favorite hit and run count. Kirk played for him.
Long look down to third base to Matt Williams, third base coach. He's had a good bat of late. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Runner not going. Nieves on a bouncer, and again Teagarden having to stop it and hold the runner.
Okay, so you know what the right pitch is, but when the pitch count is mounting, and when you get up into that pitch count and closing in on 100, and it's not that Chris can't throw it. I mean, he's probably the most durable of the guys. 112, 115, 17. He has pitched into the 100 and teens on a number of occasions.
Count at 2-1. Diamondbacks are down 4-2. The Orioles have out hit them 9-5. Orioles saw the D-backs get a run in the first inning. The Orioles answered with 4 in the second. D-backs won in the bottom of the second, and neither team has scored since then. 3 throws over to first base by Tillman.
Davidson's hit was the first since the second inning. Bouncer back up the middle, but this is one of those standard hit and run counts. You got a guy that if you're Kirk Gibson, you know is going to try to throw a strike, trying to open up holes. Best defense in baseball.
2-1, runner not going. Ball put up in the air, right field. Nick Markakis over. Runner will go back. Nieves retired. 1 down in the 6th inning. Your favorite birds are back with their favorite dogs and cats. It's the 2014 Oriole Pet Calendar presented by High's Dairy Stores. Proceeds benefit Orioles Reach and Barks, the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And you can stop by the Barks Shelter on Stockholm Street, downtown Baltimore, Saturday, 11-1, for a chance to have your calendar signed by Wei and Chen, Chris Tillman, Matt Wieters, J.J. Hardy, Nate McLeod, for Troy Patton. So visit Orioles.com/pet calendar. or OriolesReach.com for details. And then the signing on Saturday, 11-1. Here is A.J. Pollock. 0 for 2 is flied out, grounded out. Pollock will take a strike in the outside corner. 0-1, 1 down. D-backs trying to make another comeback, and the Orioles trying to thwart that this time and get this final win on the road trip. Day off tomorrow, and then the opener for the weekend series on Friday night. Short lead at first base for Davidson. Tillman, the 0-1 delivery. That ball put up in the air. That's in right center. Again, Markakis, good jump. He gets there on the warning track. 375 away to haul it in.
Yeah, quick study is Dick Markakis. The minute that Pollock hit the ball over his head on Monday, he played a little deeper, so he gets to that pretty easily. A little curveball. He knows exactly where he is. And playing a step or two deeper allows you to know that.
So Markakis with a couple of plays here in the 6th inning. Didi Gregorius coming up. He has doubled, scored, and drawn a walk. Gregorius with 2 down and a runner on at first base.
Pinch hitter on deck, so
this at bat may decide whether Corbin stays in the ball game or not. And a swing and a miss on the first one. So the 100 pitch count reached by Tillman.
Well, the last time they pitched to Gregorius, it was kind of a free pass. He threw the ball right by him when he got 2-0 this time, and then he ended up walking him. This time, just go after him. Make your pitch. Outside corner, you can see Taylor slide to the corner.
0-1 delivery, and he chased one up high and away.
I mean, that ball is literally in the glove. Hitters tell you whether they see you or not. I mean, there's so much deception for Chris Tillman. Sometimes 91, 92 must look a lot harder.
Two strikes, two down. Runner not going. 0-2 delivery on the way, and that'll miss outside.
Yeah, I thought in your Wired Wednesday with Buck Showalter, Gary, he said about makeup, talking about kind of the edge that Chris Tillman has. Pretty comfortable.
A competitor.
Yeah, I don't think he likes to fail. You know, it's like he's willing to work hard enough to keep that from happening.
1 ball, 2 strike count on Gregorius. Davison off first base. Runner stays, and a swing and a foul ball. Talked about Gregorius coming from Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where he was born, and growing up in Curacao. Beautiful islands, vacation islands, where they speak English, Dutch, Papiamento, and Spanish. And he speaks all 4. That'll get you around the island. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Tillman's taking these long pauses with the runners on, and it's worked. He gets the strikeout, comes at a most opportune time. It's his first of the game. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Hoes up by 2. Head and shoulders. On the mound today, Patrick Corbin picked up strikeouts as needed, 5 of them by the left-hander against the Orioles. Adam Jones taking one right there, and you notice where these strikeouts are coming on balls that are either very close to or bouncing off the plate.
They're only 1 on fastballs, and the rest of them on the sliders. So he's I'm sure he would have liked to have seen some more offense, but he gets to pitch another inning. Pretty much into the heart of the lineup. 2, 3, 4 leading off for the Orioles here in the 7th.
Machado's had the 2 for 3, a home run, which is number 11, and a single. Flied out to right field his last time up. 0-1 count. Left-handers pitch. There's that nasty pitch down and into the right-hander.
Yeah, they're all different speeds. And I don't know if that's by design, but it's certainly turning out to be that way. And you can choke a slider, you can get it back in your hand a little bit. That'll take some off, get it out of the fingertips, and be a little bit harder.
0-2 delivery, and Machado gets down to third base. Short hopper. Davidson sit there in time for the out. 1 away. We're in the 7th inning. MLB.com at Bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Orioles baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text At Bat 31826. Or you can go to Orioles.com for details. Gary Thorne and Jim Palmer in this final game of the road trip for the O's. 4-9-0 for the Orioles, 2-5-1 for the D-backs. Each team has left 6 on base. Adam Jones has struck out grounded out into a fielder's choice, 0 for 11 in the series. Corbin's pitch to him will be outside for a ball. Adam continues among the leaders in runs scored. He is at 82, which is 4th in the American League. And he'll foul that off. He's been up there in home runs, tied for 9th now. And with 146 hits on the year, that's good enough for 6th place in the American League.
Yeah, this has been an afternoon where Corbin hasn't had to throw him a strike, and even there at 2-0, aggressively goes for the ball a little bit low.
2-1, and that's there in the outside corner. So he backed off on that one, 2-2.
Yeah, that's the pitch that Adams had trouble picking up, as have many of the Oriole hitters.
And a swing and a miss, strikeout number 6.
Yeah, if you can't see the spin, you don't know where it's going to end up. And you'll see this is not actually, this will end up in the middle of the plate, but again, just fooled him with the spin, the speed.
And Chris Davis coming up. Davis with the 2 strikeouts and a walk. Extra base hit, 7 straight games for Chris. And he will foul that one right off the top of the screen. Let's take a look at our crush log. Star date 8/14. Chris Davis 44 home runs on this date. Roger Maris 61 at 45. Chris on a pace for 60. Roger ended up with 61. Still the American League record for home runs in a season, as he broke the Babe's mark. And as far as Chris is concerned, it is the single season home run record.
Makes sense to me.
Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to be inside. And a 2-ball, 1 strike count. There you see the official log for the crush. That's on the back of a shirt she was wearing last night. He was keeping total. Another one foul back, and the count goes to 2-2. Their seats have improved with each game. They started way out there in the outfield somewhere. Nobody around them. They moved into urban dugout area. Right above the dugout now. There they are. Made the tire trip. Got him. So that's going to be strikeout number 7. 3 of those have come against Chris Davis. 7th inning stretch time in Phoenix. Orioles lead 4-2. Course pitch, stay in the ball game, get a win. But these National League Parks today, pretty good game. First time up, moved 2 up. Second time up, had a chance to bunt, laid down to Beauty down to third, moved 2 runners up again. Next time up, runner on first base, another chance. Put it down the first base side, move the runner up, no play at second. Pretty good work with the bat.
Yeah, and he won't do it again unless they get all the way to the World Series, and certainly hoping for that. He's had single-digit run innings, and his counterpart Patrick Corbin gave up the 1 big inning, the 4-run second inning. So at least to this point, then Orioles they need 9 more outs. And, if you go back and look at the history of this inning, as Buck Showalter's going to come out, the Diamondbacks have scored 5 runs in the 7th inning, and Ryan Mattis, who pitched on Monday night, is going to at least coming in to pitch for the Orioles.
As Corbin's going to be pinch hit for, that's what Buck was waiting for as they made the announcement. Tony Campana will be coming to the plate to face Brian Mattis. That'll be it for Chris Tillman, and a chance to get his 15th win of the year, giving up these numbers in the ballgame.
Yeah, pitched pretty well. I think a little bit unlucky in the first, double, triple for the second run. So throws 104 pitches, coming off a game where he threw 117, and the bullpen so good coming into this series. Only 1 run in 14 innings, has struggled. Brian Mattis came in the first night. Struck out the first batter to get out of the inning, and then ended up Gregorius. Tommy Hunter would come in and give up a lot of runs, so they would go from leading 4-1 to trailing 5-4. So let's see again if the bullpen could do what they did all of last year, which is pitch well and hold leads.
So Corbin's out of the ball game. The starter pinch hit for with the player just recalled today, Tony Campana. Campana coming up from AAA. He was acquired from the Cubs on February 18 in a minor league deal. A speedster, 27 years old, hitting .292 at AAA, 32 stolen bases, 101 games.
Yeah, contact hitter trying to get on somewhere.
And he went around, home plate umpire Scott Berry making the call on him.
Yeah, 2011, 24 steals out of 26 last year, 30 out of 33.
Corbin, 7 innings, 4 runs, 9 hits, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. The 0-1 delivery to Campana. He bunts. You better hurry. Not gonna get him. So there's the bunt base hit. That's why he was put up.
Well, he bunted it right back to Brian Mattis, who couldn't get it out of his glove. So any hesitation with speed. And what part of it that, I know Brian wants to be a starter, but if you're going to start, you got to be able to make this. I mean, he looked at it, it was almost like he's never done this before. I mean, it's just a natural thing. You just catch the ball and turn, and he really looked at the ball in his glove, and when he did that, it was just too late. So they get what they want.
And the top of the order. Here is Pyra, who's delivered a triple and RBI, 1 for 3 in the ball game. That is hit number 6 for the D-backs. In at third base, Manny Machado. It is another bunt. Hit the umpire. Scott Berry took that one, mask off, and he felt it. Right on the side of the knee, shin guards or not. Scott Berry, 4th year in the majors.
He's just trying to keep moving. On Nieves, who catches for the Diamondback, take it. C.B. Buckner up in San Francisco, right on the knee on Saturday. You do have, you do have the knee guards, but not a lot of protection for umpires.
One strikeout. Machado still in at third base. 4-2 game with the Orioles on top. That ball's going to be to left field, right out. And the runner playing halfway will head back. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Big out to get power out of there, and that'll be it for Brian Mattis. So Mattis will work a third of an inning, surrender one hit. Darren O'Day has had a lot of work here on this road trip. Will be coming on again. The number 2 hitter, Prado, coming up. Orioles up by 2. So yet another tight ball game on this road trip, and all 3 of these here in Arizona have been like this. And Brian Mattis out, and here's the right-hander Darren O'Day.
Yeah, you have a lead, and, but can you hold it? That's kind of the deal. You can see lefties hitting him a lot better to the walk-off home run on Monday night to Adam Eaton. And just one pitch came in, just got a slider up, and he belted it into the pool. 44th home run that's been hit in that swimming pool out in right center field. But very efficient. 4 innings pitched on this 8-day road trip with an off day in between. A hit, an earned run, 3 strikeouts, and only the home run. So he's actually pitched well. He always keeps you in the ball game. He can throw double plays. He's durable. Darren O'Day, a very integral part of the Orioles bullpen.
Prado's going to come to the plate. Runner on at first base, 1 away. A double, a run scored. 1 for 3 for Prado. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Orioles up 4-2. Nobody scored since the last of the 2nd. Best chances really have been for the Orioles since that time. The Orioles in the ball game have stranded 6, and 4 of those have been from the 4th inning on. One down. Prado, he's had a couple of hits coming into this game. Runner goes. Teagarden's throw. A one-hopper that gets away. It'll be a stolen base for Campana.
Well, that's what he does. I mean, he's a burner, as we mentioned. 24 and then 30. And even down in the minor leagues, 32 out of 40, so it's a good running situation. Matt Peters, a little bit better thrower than Taylor Teagarden. Court Gibson doing what you're supposed to, trying to set your guys up into good positions to be successful.
57 out of 63 stealing bases, over 90% for him at the major league level. 0-1 count now on Martin Prado. O'Day's delivery to him. Prado takes the sweeper for a strike, and he's behind on the count 0-2. Another game where the bats have been big and the pitchers have had to really bear down on both sides. Not a lot of room to work with. D-backs 1-0, Orioles 4-1, then 4-2, and that's where we are. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way, and that's going to go all the way to the backstop. So O'Day throws the wild pitch and moves the runner over to third with one away.
Well, just amazing. Mattis can't get the ball out of his glove. The wild pitches, just all the little things. Catcher's interference on Monday night. Well, obviously what the Diamondbacks want, what the Orioles don't want. Kind of held on to it.
First wild pitch O'Day has thrown this year. And a 1-ball 2-strike count on Prado. So now a lot of ways to get that run in. And you can believe Prado, after watching that, will get off third as far as he can. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and the ball sent up in the air and back over the screen.
Well, Darren looking for a strikeout. Count allows him to do that. He loves to throw his breaking ball right at right-handers' hips. And what happens, and we see it all the time, Prado a little bit different. And there you can see likes to hit the fastball. He actually likes to hit the changeup, but that O'Day's got a good slider, good breaking ball, 228 average.
Well, that's going to be a base hit into left field, and it's a 1-run game. Prado delivers the single. Campana will score, and it's 4-3 Orioles.
Nice at bat. The veteran hitters, the guys that understand the game, they're spread out, they make contact, they put the ball in play, and if that one hits so sharply, very tough to make a play on it. 52 RBIs for Prado on the season, and now, as it always seems to be in these situations, here's Paul Goldschmidt. Walked, flied out, grounded out, 2 home runs in the series. And O'Day's pitch to him will be taken for a strike. So Goldschmidt, another chance to do damage to the Orioles here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, their most powerful hitter, they're the best guy with runners in scoring position other than Will Nieves. He's not getting the type of at-bats that Paul has been getting.
Leads the league in RBIs and home runs. Prado on at first base, 1 down, the 0-1. Check swing, thought about it. Almost hit the bat, but went inside. 1 ball and 1 strike from O'Day. 3 runs, 7 hits now for the D-backs, 4-9 for the Orioles. O'Day with the look over to first base. Here's the 1-1. Goldsmith will take it. It's up high. And a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
And the thing for Paul Goldschmidt, if you watch him hit, it's not only home runs. I mean, he won the game. Walk-off home run down the right field line. Tied the game up. Jim Johnson home run to left center. He hits singles to right. He drives the ball that way. Tremendously quick bat. In other words, he hits everything.
Outfield obviously very deep. 2-ball, 1-strike delivery to him, and that's outside. So O'Day trying to get him to go after a pitch not in the zone. He won't do it, and the count goes to 3-1.
And not the type of guys, Gary, that you like to face that make you throw the ball over.
Got a Hill waiting on deck.
And also Buck knows that if we're only here 1 out here in the 7th, if they get a couple of guys on, these guys are going to hit again in the 9th inning if they need to.
3-ball, 1-strike count. Goldschmidt waiting down to third and foul, so O'Day gets him to foul one off. 3-2. 1-run ball games in favor of the D-backs, but not the Orioles this year. The Orioles have had the steepest decline from last year to this year in 1-run win percentage. They had that unbelievable number from last year where they won virtually all the 1-run games they needed to, 29 of them. This year they are 14-20.
And then you throw the 25-14 record with 2 runs, 16 straight extra inning runs.
3 ball, 2 strike count, 1 down. And he walked it. So O'Day surrenders the walk. First and second now with 1 away. And the cleanup batter, Hill, coming to the plate. So the D-backs again threatening. They have made a season of comeback wins this year. They've won more games in their last at bat, 25, than any other team in the majors. And Kirk Gibson's team has scrapped through these late innings with runs against the Orioles. Here is Aaron Hill, and Hill will take it for a strike.
Well, Darren Day, when he's on his game, certainly capable of making pitches to get people out. But I look at the scoreboard, I see a big 4 for the Orioles, and then Patrick Corbin did exactly what you want from a young pitcher. That was it. Slammed the door, and I mean really slammed the door. So now all of a sudden guys playing behind him think they have a chance to still win.
0-1 count, 1 down. And Hill swings through that one, 0-2. He has faced Hill before, 0 for 3. Hill against 1 for 3 rather. Hill against O'Day. Well, Aaron Hill, runners on at first and second, 2 down. The rookie Davidson waiting on deck. Both benches intently watching, especially Tillman right there in the middle, coming out of the ball game with a chance to win his 15th. 0-2 count. Roberts holding the runner at second base. Teagarden goes out to get it. 1-2. Teagarden's had a highlight film of stopping pitches from going to the backstop. Started in the first inning. Continues here in the 7th.
Yeah, for Tillman, a lot of sliders, curveballs in the dirt. For O'Day, such an unusual spine angle. That's how he gets his arm to where he's almost throwing as a submariner. Just bends at the waist, and the timing of doing that very important for him.
1-2 delivery on the way, and that's fouled off, and that caught Teagarden.
Yeah, a little slider, a double play ball. If you get him to hit it on the ground, he just kind of nicks it.
They say the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Scott Barry, the home plate umpire, giving him some time. Of course, he also got hit. Maybe not exactly what it feels like.
1-2, 1 down. Runners off first and second base. Pitch on the way, in the air, not deep, center field. Jones there. Runners halfway. They'll go back. Hill is retired, and a big second out here in the 7th inning. So 2 down. It leaves the runners at first and second. And the rookie, Matt Davidson, coming to the plate. Davidson's had 2 singles, 2 for 3 and an RBI.
Yeah, robbed of a double, but not a single the first time up, and then third time up, and a slider into on the ground into center field for that second hit.
Davidson has had only 3 at-bats coming into the game, so he's equaled that in this game with the start. So now 6 at-bats this season, and he has picked up 3 hits.
Yeah, it'd be really easy for Kirk Gibson to pinch hit for him here. I don't care what position he's hitting, but I think this is how you teach guys how to hit in these situations. Tough righty.
And the pitch taken down low for a ball. In the limited at-bats we've seen in this series, Davidson appears to have a very solid eye and real patience. He has not gone after pitches out of the strike zone. 2 on, 2 down. Orioles up by 1. A run in for the Diamondbacks here in the 7th inning. And on the check swing, he lets it go by, and it's 2-0.
I mean, this is it's very easy for a young hitter in his first week in the big leagues. I don't care what your minor league numbers. Come to the big leagues and be over anxious because you want to get it done. But part of it is getting strikes to hit, and he's created that situation for Darren O'Day where he has to throw a strike here.
2-0 delivery on the way to him. He'll take it inside. 3-0. Nieves waiting on deck.
And the pressure is on O'Day. I mean, if you put a ball in play, you put pressure on the defense. If he doesn't pitch to you, now all of a sudden you have the go-ahead run out at second. And let's see if you let him swing away here.
Prado on at second base. Goldschmidt on at first. 3-0 count. Davidson waiting on it. It'll be a strike on the outside corner. Davidson only 22 years old. Start the season. Getting work in the minors for only the 5th pro year that he has played. And Davidson was picked up as a supplemental first-round selection, 35th overall in 2009 by the Diamondbacks. 3-1 strikeout. Day trying to work out of the inning. Davidson puts it high up in the air. Hardy probably. Nope. Machado. Nope. Hardy. Hardy had the better angle on that and won the war of words over there and puts it away. 1 run in, couple of hits, 2 left on, a 1-run ball game.
Geico highlights, and there were a lot of them in the second. 2-run single by Nick Markakis to make it 2-0. Taylor Teagarden with a single, Brian Roberts score, and then the 2-run home run, 11th of the year, a blast by Manny Machado. Orioles take a 4-0 lead, and Diamondbacks just kind of trying to get back in the game. Prado with a base hit off O'Day. Campana who reached off of Brian Mattis to make it 4-3. Tillman trying to win his 15th of the year. Patrick Corbin trying to win his 13th. Can't win, but could lose, I suppose. Only the 1 bad inning for him. So 2 young pitchers. Corbin 24, Tillman 25. Will Harris came in and threw the ball very well. Geico saving people money on more than just car insurance. Real good arm for Harris. Saw him last night.
Will Harris goes to work here against J.J. Hardy, and the pitch will be taken up high for a ball. Hardy has picked up a base hit, has struck out, hit into a fielder's choice. We're in the 8th inning, 4-3 game. Hardy to be followed by a pinch hitter as Nate McLouth has come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Pierce. One ball, 1 strikeout from Harris. And that will be bounced at the plate, 2-1.
Yeah, that's the curveball that we saw last night. It's got a cutter over on waivers from the Oakland A's. Nice arm. Seems like he's done a nice job for him.
Harris with a 2-1 delivery to Hardy. Ooh, to second. Diving catch made by Hill. Aaron Hill robs Hardy of a leadoff single here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, Harris gets a breaking ball up, and then your defense. You play tendencies. That's what Hill's doing. Hardy a pull hitter. You can see him. You can see this quick move. Nice little pivot to his right. And the ball not hit that hard. Otherwise, I think it would have gotten into center. Kind of got it off the end of the bat, but Hill right there to rob JJ of a base hit.
And that will bring Nate McLouth to the plate for Steve Pearce. Pearce had an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Nate McLouth 0 for 4 in the game last night. He's had 1 hit in 6 at bats in the 3 games against the Diamondbacks. And Nate will chop that one foul.
Yeah, he comes in for offense and defense. Go to left field. Go former Gold Glove winner back in 2009 when he was with the Pirates.
Harris from AAA on May 8th. And the pitch in there for a strike. 2-0, 1.78 ERA. Of the 35 appearances, 28 scoreless. Pretty good acquisition coming off waivers from the A's. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery by Harris, and McLeod trying to wait on it. Puts it in the gap to left field on the warning track. Prado goes back, and there are 2 down. Time to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here are the candidates today. Manny Machado, he's had a 2-hit day, a couple of RBIs and a home run. Taylor Teagarden, magnificent behind the plate, and a 3-hit day. And Chris Tillman on the mound with a couple of runs, 5 hits over 6. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 31826. Taylor Teagarden, 3 singles and a run scored. First 3-hit day he's had since he got one against the Marlins back on July 1st of 2011. He was with Texas at the time.
Well, there's nothing like facing live pitching, and of course he's always working with pitchers. Hard to go down and actually track pitchers when you go down and guys are throwing and taking their sides in the bullpen. A lot of hitters will go down there and actually track the pitches.
Rodriguez in the bullpen. Teagarden has never had a 4-hit day in his major league career. This is the 3rd time he's had a 3-hit ball game. And a chopper that'll go to short. Gregorius charging and gets it over there for the out. So a good inning for Harris. He retires the Orioles in order. Bottom of the 8th inning. Orioles lead at 4-3. Take a look at our Major League Notebook on our East Winds page. The Red Sox are on a season-long 11-day, 10-game road trip. 4-4 so far for the Red Sox. They play at Toronto tonight. The Tampa Bay Rays, they've now lost 6 in a row after that great win streak they had. They will have David Price pitching against Seattle tonight. He's never faced the Mariners before. And for Josh Johnson, a long season. Looks like it probably has ended. He's on the DL, right forearm problems, and they don't believe and don't see any reason for him to come back this year.
Yeah, one of those guys along with Burley, and I just figured that with Reyes, who actually sprained the ankle, that automatically they would he would come back and was able to stay fairly healthy. So He's gone. Frankie Rodriguez, who the Orioles acquired from the Brewers. He comes in. I mean, obviously, very pivotal moment of the game. Pitched the 8th inning here. He's been good. Good at San Francisco. Good last night. Pitched very well.
The Rodriguez will go to work on the mound, and Nate McLouth will stay in the ball game. He will be in left field, replacing Steve Pearce as we go to the bottom of the 8th. And here we go again. Another one-run ball game. Nieves is going to lead it off. Will Nieves 0 for 3. Pollock and then Gregorius due up. 6, 7, 8 in the lineup for the Diamondbacks. And the pitch will be taken up high for a ball. Mattis worked a third of an inning, a run on a hit. O'Day 2/3 of an inning. Gave up a hit and 1 walk. Starter Tillman, 2 runs, 5 hits over 6. The Orioles pitcher of record. Here's the 1-0 delivery and a ground ball to third. That's a fair ball. It's going to go into the corner. McLouth going over after it, making the turn. Nieves. It bounces away, but McLouth able to get it will hold him to a double. Nieves a leadoff double in the 8th inning.
Well, the minute you missed was the fastball. Will just kind of sits on a heater, and the last couple of times Frankie's been 92, 93. He's been pitching 3 out of the last 4 games. Look where this fastball is, pretty much inside middle, and that's what leads to the ball down the line. If it's away, the ball's going to be hit to the middle of the field. Inside middle, he turns on it, kind of like he did in the home run on Monday night, first one of the year. The Diamondbacks are in business.
So the potential tying run is on in the 8th inning. Pollock is coming to the plate. Pinch runner going out to run. Eaton is on at second base for Nieves. Rodriguez working to Pollock. 0 for 3. Shows bunt. Tried to. Fouled it off.
A double hit. Bunted it down, and then it came up and hit it back, but he's in the batter's box.
Pollock an 0 for 1. The only time he has faced Rodriguez. There are the runner in scoring position numbers. D-backs a little better of it so far today.
The Orioles' only hit was the Markakis single. A couple of guys on, 2 outs.
Manny Machado in at third. Davis in at first. And the delivery, and he shows bunt and will take the pitch up high for a ball. Pollock at 1-1. Pollock has had only 1 hit in the series. He is 1 for 13. He has 1 sacrifice on the year. Looking down to Matt Williams at third. See if they want him to drop that pitch down.
And he's got speed too. We saw that early. Almost beat out a routine ground ball to third base.
1-1. Eaton off second. Does square. Good bunt. Only play at first. Rodriguez gets it to Roberts on the coverage. So a sacrifice for Pollock. Potential tying run at third. 1 out.
A nice bunt, and a nice bunt by Frankie. So a lot of motion. And right here, I think he thinks he's going to bunt. Watch the footwork. Kind of comes to the inside of the baseline and makes a nice accurate throw. So they give you the out. Hopefully to get the runner to third, and we'll see how the Orioles play it. The younger Gregorius coming to the plate.
Infield is going to move in all the way around against Gregorius to try and hold that runner at third. Didi Gregorius a double, a run scored, has walked, and he has struck out. Diamondbacks trying to tie it up here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Infield in. The delivery, Gregorius to short. They get it over to third, and that was close. He went back in standing, and Hardy made a quick throw to Manny Machado, who got back to the bag. They get the out, almost got 2.
Yeah, nice base running by Adam Eaton. And now there's an article in the paper. He apparently has been suffering from hives. Well, if you don't get back, it'll get worse right here. I mean, ball drilled right at J.J. Hardy. Gregorius, you can see the look on his face. Nice at bat, but hitting in bad luck. This is what we're talking about. Don't go too far. Make it clear the infield, and he just gets back.
So now the infield can back up, and Jason Kubel is the pinch hitter. Kubel with 2 down, runner on at third base. Rodriguez trying to work out of it. Kubel will take the pitch. It is in there for a strike. Pressure-packed 3 games between these two teams in their only meeting of the season. Kubel has a 1-for-5 off Rodriguez, a home run. Eaton off third base. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and Kubel will take it down low for a ball.
And Frankie with 8 innings pitched for the Orioles and 4 home runs. So I hope that he's able to stay away from that, obviously.
Kubel has just had a mighty struggle at the plate. He's had batting average that's been under, well, almost down to 100. 102 in his last 23 games. 6 hits in his last 59 at bats. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. Veteran Kubel at the plate, though, and the pitch will just miss. 2-1. Rodriguez trying to work the inside corner. Kubel with the arms up and the ball underneath.
Well, pretty accomplished hitter. I know he's struggling. 30 home runs last year. And then all of a sudden they get a lot more confidence when the count gets into your favor. At least you can, with a 2-1 count, you can look for your pitch. May not get it, but you can certainly look for it.
Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and Kubel takes it, and that's in there for a strike.
Yeah, obviously wasn't looking for the hook. It was a good one.
Diamondbacks in the 8th inning of the ball game, the first one. Got a home run by Nieves. Got the ball game tied up. They won it in the 9th inning. Ball game last night. They didn't score in the 8th, but they got the home run by Goldschmidt in the 9th to tie it, then won it on Goldschmidt's home run in the 11th inning. They've had a run in the 7th, and now they're trying to tie it up again here in the 8th. Dancing around at third, Eaton. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and Kubel fouls it off.
Yeah, the high fastball, hopefully, if you can get him to chase out of the zone, it sets up his favorite pitch. The lefties is the changeup. And he's got a good one. And he's got a strike, or actually a ball, I guess, to work with. Throw it close enough and hope that Jason Kubel will chase.
Rodriguez, 2-ball, 2-strike count. Kubel waiting on it, and he got him. Struck him out on a pitch away. So Rodriguez gets the K. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. A base runner left on at third. We go to the 9th. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Gary Thorne and Jim Palmer here in the beautiful desert country where there have been 3 really fine ball games played. The Orioles, though, they've only won 1, but Rodriguez, after getting that strikeout that inning, in the game.
Yeah, well, it makes a mistake in a sense than the others. The leadoff double, and then somehow with the great changeup strikes out Kubel. JJ Putz comes in. Boy, he's had some great years as a closer. This year used more as a setup guy, occasional closer. Needs 12 for 200 in his career. They have not scored against JJ in the last 13 games over 10 2/3 innings. So he's been very, very good. We saw him the other night pitch well for an inning.
Goswich will come on to be his new battery mate behind the plate. Tuffy Goswich. And here we go to the 9th inning with the Orioles trying to increase a 4-3 lead. 4-9-0 for the Orioles, 3-8-1 for the D-backs. And the pitch will be taken up high. Brian Roberts, 2 singles, 2 for 3, a real solid series. He has picked up 6 hits, 10 at bats with a couple of RBIs in this series. Putting his average up to 264 in the year, and the 1-0 delivery to him will be taken up high for a ball. Witz has appeared in the game, working 2/3 of an inning and giving up nothing. Against the Orioles, he has an 0-2 record and 3 career saves.
Yeah, Brian's going to get, if he gets a fastball here inside middle, he will try to get to it, pull it.
That ball popped up in the air, way up in the air, left field. Prado getting over, and he will put it away. Roberts retired, 1 down. And we remind you that for every Orioles walk this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to support the Y of Central Maryland's Fit and Fun program. To date, 288 walks for $14,400. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Uridia will come on to be the pinch hitter. That will take Rodriguez out of the game, working an inning, giving up 1 hit and getting 1 strikeout.
They play him up the middle where he got the hit the other night, but he can hit it all over. He's primarily a left field hitter. They were talking, and it came out hit early on Monday, had the roof off, and they said he was going deep. I mean, really deep. Of course, it is batting practice, but rush to the big leagues, learning how to hit here.
Henry Urrutia will take the pitch down low as a pinch hitter, 2 for 9. 20th game he's been in, 48 at bats. Urrutia's had a triple for his extra base hit. Rest singles. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Puts delivers to him, and Urrutia will foul it off. 1-2.
Yeah, that's a split-fingered fastball that JJ Puts has. I mean, just think about it. You know, you've been in professional ball a year. You're facing a guy that's got 188 saves. I mean, he's had years where he's saved over 40. He's done that on a couple of occasions, and trying to get base hits off him.
1-2 delivery on the way, and a big cut, and got him.
And then he just goes up the ladder and takes advantage of a young hitter.
2 down.
Well, this is just smart pitching. Splitters down and high heaters up.
So 2 away in the top of the 9th. With 2 down, here is Nick Markakis. Markakis, a 1 for 7 lifetime off Puts, whom the Orioles saw in the American League. Any questions about whether Jim Johnson would still be the closer despite some problems? Answered right here. Buck Showalter said it last night and sticking with it today. Jim's the closer. He'll be coming on. Markakis will take the pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Nick now at 284 on the year with the 2 RBI base hit that came in the 2nd inning. Home run by Manny Machado followed, bringing him home. The Orioles 4 runs, all coming in the 2nd. 4 runs and 4 hits. 1-1 delivery. And Puts got it inside right field. Para. And he's got it. So that will do it. There's a 1-2-3 inning. The seatbelts now. Let's not be sitting on them. And to buckle up here. Pull them around to the front. Clasp tight. Here we go. Bottom of the 9th. And Tom and Rick standing by. We thought we'd give you some kind of a sense of presence regarding closers. Over the last 5 years, you take a look. The average blown saves in a season for a team, the average is 18. The most blown saves in that time span, 28 by Seattle in 09. The fewest, Rays had 8 in 2012. The most blown saves by a team that made the playoffs in those years, 27 by Seattle in 97. The Orioles this year, 20 blown saves, tied for second most in the American League. Just a bit of a perspective when you're looking at the role of the closer.
Well, you're right, and you know, Buck Showalter said very simple. I'm a glass half full guy. He's my closer, and let's hope that the glass remains half full. Certainly has the talent. It would be nice if he got ahead of hitters. It would be nice if he could get the first batter out. When he doesn't, he struggles. He's a sinker baller that's having trouble getting the ball down and getting it to sink.
Top of the order in the 9th inning, and a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Arizona, they have 23 blown saves. That's 3 more than the Orioles. And what is Kirk Gibson? He went to, you know, Heath Bell's had more saves than anybody in the National League. He's not the closer, nor is Putz, as we just saw.
1-1 away. Jim Johnson, 39 out of 47 in the Orioles closing role, and the leader in the American League in saves. Parra with a RBI triple in the ball game, 1 for 4, and he's going to get a base hit into left field. Important to hold him to a single. McLeod up, going to go for 2. Here's the throw to second base, not in time. Parra gets a leadoff double in the 9th inning.
Oh, nice hitting approach. You take a line. I mean, the ball's trying to sink. It's in the middle of the plate. He just slices it, and then McLeod makes a great play. He just doesn't throw well. Gerardo Parra knows that. So he takes advantage of the inability to have a good arm in left field, even though he's a terrific defender because he gets the ball.
That's the way this team is played. We've talked about it. It's gritty and aggressive. So the potential tying run is now on at second base. That is hit number 9. Each team with 9 hits. Martin Prado, 2 for 4 in the game. Double, single, RBI, and a run scored. Jim Johnson, nobody out. The look back to second. Squaring to bunt. Drops it. Runner not going. Throw made to first, and they get the out. Prado dropping down a bunt. Why?
Well, he's trying to get him to third base with Goldschmidt coming up, and I mean that's certainly the attention. I'm not sure Kirk Gibson, the manager, is on the same page. And it almost looked to me, Gary, it's a bunt for a base hit, but you got to anticipate the bunt to some degree. I mean, normally you play to win.
The most he can do, Jim, is make it out and have a runner at second.
Well,
the best he can do is get somebody in.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that hitters sometimes think a little bit differently, and they don't always think logically. His idea is, I'm going to get him to third. They're going to have to pitch to Goldsmith with Hill behind him.
But they wouldn't. They could walk him.
Yeah, well,
walk him now.
You're right. Well, again, he would be the go-ahead run and the winning run. So, and you got a hot hitter behind him, but.
Showalter comes out to make sure everybody's on the page with him what they want to do here.
Well, also, I mean, Parra's got good speed, but he's kind of in a list of some of the young players that have more speed than good base running ability. So he doesn't get to third.
Well, baseball's great theater, and here it is. They're going to walk him. Goldschmidt will get the intentional pass, and for Buck Showalter, that is a more than reasonable call. This is Goldschmidt, who in the 9th inning last night tied it with a home run and then won it in the 11th inning with another home run. And they're going to walk him here to put runners on at first and second base with one away for Aaron Hill. There is ball 3. The wheels turning, and there's ball 4. So on with the intentional pass is Goldschmidt. 2 on, 1 down. Orioles up 4-3 here in the bottom of the 9th, and Aaron Hill coming to the plate.
Yeah, 2 for 10 lifetime, and Buck is kind of factoring in all those, Goldschmidt with the 2 home runs. It's not like you're pitching to a guy that's not hot. Came in hitting 390. So he's been red hot, but he is a double at 1 pitch. And if Jim Johnson does his thing, and all of a sudden the game is over.
So Hill to the plate, and he lashes it into left field. It's another blown save, a tie game. The throw will come to second to hold the runner there. The potential winning runs at third. Hill with a base hit, and the game is tied at 4.
Oh, great base running by Paul Goldschmidt, not to mention the hitting by Hill. It's always calculated. I mean, this is a sinker. He just goes down and gets it. It's a very short stroke. And when you're hitting well, point A to point B. So there's your time run, and Goldschmidt all the way to third on a line drive into left field. Talk about a big guy that can run.
4 runs on 10 hits for the Diamondbacks. Runners at first and third. The one that matters, Goldschmidt at third base. Davidson, the rookie, up. He has 2 singles and an RBI. The infield, to play it halfway. Obviously, in a ground ball, if they can turn 2 to get the inning over with and go extra, they'll take that. And the pitch is in there for a strike. The Diamondbacks are trying to win all 3 of these games in their last at bat. 0-1 count.
Well, there's been 3 games, 3 blown saves. We've seen Jim Johnson blow saves in San Francisco, but came back to still keep them at bay. And then the Orioles would win in extras. Last night, that wasn't the case. They won in extras after the blown save.
So the Diamondbacks again making use of the late innings. A run in the first, a run in the second, 1 in the 7th, and now 1 here in the 9th, and 1 more, and it's over. Davidson with an 0-2 count. Johnson's delivery to him. He will take it inside. 1-2. Just tough times for the Oriole closer. For Jim coming in here, the leadoff double by Parra with the extra effort to get to second proved to really matter. The intentional pass, Goldschmidt, and then the base hit by Hill to get the tying run in. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and a big swing and a miss. So Johnson again gets a big out. 2 down.
Well, it's about making quality pitch, and here's one. I mean, it's about as good as you can throw a curveball.
Tuffy Goswitch, who came on to do the catching, is going to get his first at bat in the ball game and in this series. Goswitch with 2 down, the potential winning run on at third base. Goswitch chops at it and fouls it off.
And pretty good numbers down at AAA, 285, a lot of doubles, 19, 6 home runs, 30 RBIs in 66 games, so an RBI every other game.
It's only his 4th game with the D-backs. He's only had 10 at-bats, 3 singles. Runner goes from first, ground ball again outside of third. That'll bring Hill back to first base. Amazing to have 3 games that have played so similarly as these 3 have in this series. Goswitch with a 2-strike count. 0-2 delivery again, a little looper to short, and that's going to be the inning. A run in on a couple of hits, 2 are left on base, and again it's extra innings, tied at 4. The game, Manny Machado on top right now. Text in your vote. Still time to be heard. A, B, or C, 31826. Results on the O's Extra post-game show. So the RBI base hit by Hill moves us into extra innings for the second consecutive game. And the Orioles will bat here in the 10th inning. Machado, Jones, and Davis. J.J. Putz will stay on to pitch. He retired the side in order in the 9th inning. 4-9-0 for the Orioles, 4-10-1 for the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks have left 11 on base. That's going to be a base hit into right field. Machado watching it in front of him. Parra will get it back in, and he's on with a leadoff single in the 10th. And a 3-hit ball game for Manny.
Well, maybe they can do what they did in San Francisco, talking about the Orioles. 2-1 ball game. The Giants tie it off with Jim Johnson 2-2, and then the Orioles come back with 3 runs in the 10th to win it 5-2.
So the Orioles get their 10th hit of the ball game, and Adam Jones looking for his first. 0 for 4, 0 for 12 in the series, and 0 for 3 off J.J. Putz. Adam at 297 on the year. And the pitch will be outside for a ball. Davidson will play on the line at third base and give Jones that hole between short and third. Outfield deep. He's way over there.
Yeah, they all seemed like they moved back a couple of steps.
1-0 count. Jones with a big count on the pitch, down and in. 1-1.
Well, this is pickup time. The Orioles certainly, when you go back and look at last year, they know what kind of struggle Jim Johnson's going through, but you can pick him up and your team up by getting back on the board. I mean, it's a team game. You haven't scored since the second. Put some runs on the board and see if the bullpen can come in and hold it. That's how you win ball games.
1-1 delivery on the way to him inside. 2 ball, 1 strike count. So Day, 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 1 hit, had 1 walk. Rodriguez worked a strong inning, a strikeout and a hit. Jim Johnson still officially in an inning with 2 hits and a run and 1 strikeout. Harris worked an inning, retired the side in order. 2 good starts. Tillman and Corbett both non-decision. 2-1 delivery on the way. Jones watches in the dirt. Good block made. Goswich keeps it in front, and a 3-1 count.
Yeah, excellent play, boy. One of those afternoons, Nieve, especially Teagarden. That slider bounced right about even with the plate. Easily could have gotten by him.
Orioles trying to avoid a 3-game sweep. They've only had 2 of those this season in a 3-game series. 3 ball, 1 strikeout. Manny Machado off first base. And the step off by Putz to just maybe try and get him leaning back towards the bag.
Well, we've seen Adam. I mean, it started in San Diego the first night. 4 hits, 3 the next day. Used the whole field. Home runs the left. Balls back up the middle, down the right field line.
Here's the 3-1 delivery on the way. Staying inside on him, and it's 3-2.
Well, it's ball 4, and he chases. It's been one of those afternoons we're not seeing the ball well. I mean, if you get a strike to hit, I mean, this ball probably 8 inches off the corner. So part of pitching is when a guy's going to be over anxious and expands, you don't have to throw strikes. Makes it easier.
So Jones at 3-2. We're in the 10th. Orioles with the leadoff man on. And Putz with the 3-2 delivery, and Jones will go down swinging. 2 strikeouts for Putz.
Now the good pitch. Little splitter, goes straight down. Maybe a slider. I mean, whatever it was, plummeted.
Kirk Gibson on his way out. Both bullpens active. He'll make the change right here. Puts comes out an inning and a third work, giving up one hit, responsible for the base runner on. For the matchup.
Yeah, comes over from the Padres right before the trading deadline. Ian Kennedy, 15 and 21 game winner. He goes to the Padres. They brought him in for exactly these situations. Chris Davis a couple of nights ago, ninth inning, hit a home run, long one. See how he will be maybe a little bit different here. And the problem with Chris Davis, the slider's a great pitch, but if you leave it on the inside half, it becomes a home run pitch. As strong as he is.
Chris is 2 for 2 lifetime off the left-hander, including that home run that he picked up. There you see the shift on. Runner on at first base, Manny Machado. Davis, a walk and 3 strikeouts. And Thatcher's delivery to him will be on the inside corner. This is actually the 4th game Thatcher's faced the Orioles in, one of those coming with the Padres. He's worked just a total of an inning, giving up the 2 runs and 2 hits, the homer by Davis. 0-1 count in the 11th, 1 down, tied at 4 in the 10th rather, and the throw over, and back is Machado. $19,568 on hand for the ball game here at Chase Field, and they've seen a good one. That one's going to be a base hit into right field. Very deep Para. He will hold the runner at second base, however, so Davis is on. The Orioles have runners at first and second with 1 out.
And Joe Thatcher says, well, I just saved us 3 bases. Normally Hill would be out there, it would seem, but with the runner on, they don't play quite as deep on the shift.
And happy about that is Chris Davis.
Yeah, and here comes Kirk Gibson.
Base hit. So the matchup didn't work again. Thatcher works no part of an inning, surrenders the hit. And Kirk Gibson will go to the bullpen again, get the right-hander in to face Hardy here in the 10th inning. 2 on, 1 down, 4-4. is Brett Ziegler.
Well, he's been in all 3 games. Came in to get the close on Monday night. He had been 7 in a row. Orioles actually scored a run off him to take the lead. Then the Evans tied it up with a home run. So, lefties hit him better. And the righties hit the home run. He's only hitting 198. We'll bring him in. He's a ground ball pitcher when he's on his game. So it's kind of a game of matchup. It's not about the numbers. It's just a matter of who's hot, who's pitching well, because J.J. Hardy is 2 for 4 off of Brad Ziegler. But I'm sure Kirk Gibson wants a ground ball to one of his infielders while the Orioles want a base hit or something.
Manny Machado, lead runner at second base. Davis is on at first. Hardy has had a single, 1 for 4 in the ball game. He's got an 11-game hit streak going. And J.J. will take the pitch for a strike. Ziegler to Hardy, then Nate McLouth, the left-hander, waiting on deck. 2 on, 1 out. Orioles now out hitting the D-backs 11-10 in this ball game. Ziegler with the 0-1. Hardy knocked down. Got to go nowhere. It'll be a base hit, but he saves a run as Gregorius got over there but had no play. It'll be an infield hit.
Yeah, I think his intention is to catch it and get a force somewhere. Maybe second base. He's such a high energy guy. Great range right here. Otherwise, that ball does get by him. And you're taught the runner at second, try to knock it down, so he's able to do that. Terrific play to save a run. Base hit for J.J. Hardy.
And now Nate McLouth will stand in. The bases are loaded. Only 1 away. And Ziegler asking for the signs again. They'll play in at first and third a bit. Back for the double play at second and short. And the delivery to McLouth, and that will be in there for a strike. Nate has faced Ziegler only once. Picked up a base hit, 1 for 1. Single by Machado, the lead runner. Single by Davis at second base. Single by Hardy at first.
Well, it was a sacrifice fly on Monday that ended the 7 straight saves. Tied it up. I'm sure Nate McLouth would like to do that or more.
McLouth with the bases loaded, 1 for 13 this year. He's had more chances, second most on the Orioles with the bases loaded, to J.J. Hardy. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him. Ground ball towards second base. Can they do it? Hill, Gregorius. Yep. No runs, 3 hits, no errors. 2 are left on base. A big double play. Bottom of the 10th coming up. One more time. Bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. Troy Patton.
Yeah, pitched on Monday night. Gave up the solo home run to Nieves. Well, hitting his first home run of the year down the left field line. 2-strike pitch. So this will be the 4th time he's pitched on this road trip. There are the numbers. Fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher.
Orioles bullpen desperately needs the day off tomorrow, whatever the outcome of this game. They're piling up the innings. As of yesterday, they'd thrown the 5th most innings of any bullpen. And here again in this ball game, Brian Mattis, a third of an inning, a run and a hit. O'Day, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit. Rodriguez, 1 inning, hit and a strikeout. Johnson, an inning, 1 run, 2 hits and a strikeout. Now Troy Patton.
Well, we've seen what the Orioles have done in weeks and months before this. When you get back in the American League with the DH, you don't need as many bench players, so they go to an 8-man bullpen. But the off day certainly won't hurt. The amazing thing is that on this trip, it started with an off day before that first game in San Diego, and then you had one on Thursday between San Diego and San Francisco.
Problem's been the Orioles have used 4 or 5 relievers in almost every game.
I mean, there haven't been a lot of multi-inning.
No.
But again, the wear and tear are getting up every day, and if you're not a power pitcher, I think we saw a little bit with Troy. The 2-strike pitch wasn't a horrible pitch to the heavies. He just didn't get it in far enough, and he ended up hitting a home run to left field here.
Here is A.J. Pollock to lead it off. We are in the bottom half of the 10th inning. We'll foul that one off. He's had a sacrifice that came in his last at bat, 0 for 3 in the ball game. 1 hit, 13 at bats in the series. He's hitting .248 on the year. Pollock has had only the 1 at bat, 0 for 1 against Patton. Left-hander's 0-1 delivery to him, and that'll be taken down low for a ball. Pollock this season .279 off left-handers, much better than the .229 off righties. 1 ball and 1 strike. And second base right at Brian Roberts. Gets it over for the out. Pollock is retired. And the big first out in these extra innings. The Orioles in extra innings are 6-4 in the year, while the Diamondbacks are just piling them up. Extra innings, they are 11-5.
Well, they're very much like the Orioles last year. They got the 4th best bullpen in the National League. Puts and Ziegler, and you still got Heath Bell out there, not to mention a couple of other guys. Very deep bullpen with experience.
Gregorius on the big cut, their shortstop. Gregorius against the left-handers, just a $189, exactly 100 points lower than he hits against right-handers starting the game. He's had a double in the ball game, 1 for 3 and a walk. And that's fouled away, 0-2. D-backs run in the first inning. RBI Davidson. They would fall behind with the Orioles 4 runs second inning. The 2-run homer by Machado, 2 RBI single Markakis. And a swing and a miss. Patton gets the strikeout. D-backs came back in the 7th inning. RBI base hit by Prado. Tied it up. RBI single Hill in the 9th.
Yeah, just up the ladder. Perfect pitching.
2 down, nobody on, bottom of the 10th inning.
Now you're going to see some National League ball right here. Randall Delgado, who started last night's game, came in at what, 286. No power, but did get a base hit off of Miguel Gonzalez. He'll come up. Ways to other bench player, just bring him up. Of course, they're running out of bench players.
Pennington was out on deck, but once the out was recorded, they'll use the pitcher Delgado as a pinch hitter. 2 down, nobody on, and Delgado takes a pretty good cut, fouls it right straight back. So Delgado, the pitcher, as the DH. Delgado with the 5 total bases, 5 singles in the 16 at bats. Has not had an at-bat as a pinch hitter this year till now. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and Delgado goes to short. Hardy is there and will get him. So Patton comes on and retires the side in order. We've completed 10. It remains 4-4. game tied at 4-4. There are the numbers as these teams battle in the 11th. And Josh Colmeter comes out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's a Michigan guy. Homer, Michigan, lives there. Went to Central Michigan University. Starter the last couple of years. This year, long reliever. Great changeup. Struggled a little bit over the last 13 games. 12 earned runs, 21 and 2/3 innings. That's almost 5 runs a game. Against the Marlins, one hit him in 6 scoreless innings out of the bullpen as the long man. So the last couple of years, let's see, 24 starts last year, or actually the year before last, 11 out of the 28 game, and he does lead the National League in the most innings pitched out of the bullpen.
Taylor Teagarden will lead it off for the Orioles. Big day, 3 for 4. Runs scored in the second inning. He's had 3 singles, looking for his first 4-hit game at the major league level. And Teagarden will take the pitch on the outside corner from Colmeter, and it is an 0-2 count.
Yeah, that's the changeup at 77. Funky windup.
Ziegler came on and got the double play to end that 10th inning. 2/3 of an inning, he gave up 1 hit. Well, the bullpen again has done a job. They've surrendered nothing. Harris puts Thatcher, Ziegler, and now Colmeter. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Teagarden. Overhand in the outside corner.
Yeah, the angle and the funkiness of the windup. 6'2" guy, big guy, about 220. So the downward angle, and then he just locates outside corners. That's perfectly located right on the edge of the plate.
Colmeter gets the strikeout, and that will bring Brian Roberts to the plate. He's had a 2-hit day, 2 for 4. Now a 4-game hit streak for Roberts, 262 in the year. Brian Flaherty out in the on-deck circle. And the pitch will be taken away for a ball. Pitcher Patton would be due up next, so Flaherty, at the moment at least, lining to pinch hit. Colmeter, the 1-0 delivery. And that's there for a strike. 1-1. 27-year-old picked up by the Diamondbacks, 15th round. That one will go down the line in right field, headed to the seats, foul, and it'll be out of play.
Yeah, I talked to some advanced scouts, and they said some nights it can be 50-50 changeups. That's how good the change of speeds is. You see right there, that was one. Brian just hooked it foul, just couldn't wait long enough.
Tommy Hunter up for the second time in the bullpen for the Orioles. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that's going to be a base hit into right field. So Brian Roberts stays hot. 3-hit ball game. He is 3 for 5. And the Orioles get a runner on here in the 11th inning with 1 down. And Ryan Flaherty indeed will come to the plate and pinch hit for Patton. So the benches getting extensively used. The Orioles still have Matt Wieters, their starting catcher, on the bench. He obviously not starting today with Taylor Teagarden in. Flaherty with 1 down, runner on to first base. Roberts will challenge Colmeter as he gets a pretty good lead over there, and he draws the throw.
Well, he does throw a lot of changeups, and you have a fastball hitter at the plate. 77 doesn't get there as quickly as 87. I don't see Brian run a lot. He says he could do it. I mean, 1 for 1.
Flaherty at 2 for 7 as a pinch hitter. Colmeter a step off.
And if you're Ryan Flaherty, you got to know what you want to hit until you get to 2 strikes.
Base stealers with Colmeter on the mound are 2 for 5 this year. And that's the 3rd look, 2nd toss he's made over there to first base. Remember, behind the plate, you got Goswish, who's only had 1 chance, 0 for 1 throwing out base stealers. He did not start the game there, and Nieves did. So Flaherty waiting. Runner not going. Pitch will be taken up high for a ball.
Yeah, with his windup, Gary, it is very difficult because he kind of raises the front shoulder, goes a little bit left, and that's a pretty lengthy windup. You don't think that Wayne Kirby over at first, in fact, that their advanced guys have probably told him, I would imagine he's about 1.4, 1.5 to the plate. So unless he holds Brian Roberts and he gets one of those running leads, which he just did, you would think this would be a running situation.
Pitch is in there for a strike to Flaherty. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 down. Hitting in the 9 spot, Flaherty, and Markakis waiting on deck. They play Flaherty in the outfield around to left, big gap right center. Roberts getting the read. And the delivery. The overhand is nubbed down the third base side. 1 ball, 2 strike count. So Colemeter gets ahead. Roberts not surrendering any of that lead over there. Goldschmidt holding him on the bag. Stays at 1 and 2.
And Brian was always, when he was stealing anywhere from 30 to 50 bases, would be one of those guys. He'd get a pretty significant lead, but it would always be a lead where he would get the nice running start.
1-2 overhand to first base, fair ball. Second base, there's one. Relay. Got him! Another double play. Orioles have the bases loaded in the 10th inning. A double play ended it. They get a runner on here. Double play ends it. Bottom of the 11th. Back Mountain in the shades of a sunset coming. Beautiful country and great resorts up in there. A lot of buildings gone on a long way up the side of the hill. Here in Phoenix, a ball game that just won't go away, as none of the three have in this series. Here's Tommy Hunter.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks saw him on Monday night. Wasn't on top of his game. Walked some hits. Didn't have the normal Christmas that he normally has. Tommy will come in. Doesn't usually walk somebody, did. And very unusual. 3 2/3 innings, 3 hits, a couple of runs, a couple of walks, and 1 save on this road trip. So trying to come in here just to keep the status quo. Otherwise the Orioles will go home losing 3 in a row here in Arizona.
Tommy Hunter will be working to power up again, the top of the order. Patton worked an inning, had a strikeout, retiring all 3 that he faced. Pars had a big day, double, triple, RBI, run scored. 273 on the year for him. And the pitch taken for a strike. Parra delivered the home run in the 7th inning of the ball game last night, which was his first home run in 158 plate appearances, going back to June 22. They've been able to do that in this series. Those who have not been hitting home runs have hit them against the Orioles.
Well, because they've gotten the pitches to hit. I mean, it started in the second inning on Monday night. Hill, who had been red hot, got a hanging slider off of Scott Feldman, deposited in the left field seats. And then when you pitch him away, he started the ninth inning, Orioles with a 4-3 lead, and doubled down the line, would tie it up. He has had a nice series.
0-2 delivered to short. Hardy takes the bouncer and makes the play.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. Excuse me, Gary, but when we were watching the Diamondbacks hit, that panels, the glass panels, I asked Don Baylor, I said, does the sun ever come into play? And then I said, of course, in my inimitable way, oh, well, we're at a 12:30 game. There's no way that sun will be affecting us on Wednesday.
It moves in from left field. It was out in left field earlier, and it moves across to right field. That whole shadow you see of sunlight. Well, I wonder if it reaches home plate at some point if the angle's right. Looks like it would. I hope we're not here to see that. Here is Martin Prado. Love your country, gotta go. One down. And the pitch is taken down low for a ball.
That's right. Love the desert.
Love the desert, like being here. Bye-bye now. Prado's had a single and an RBI, doubled in the first inning and scored. He's 2 for 5 in the ball game. That'll go to third. Manny Machado up. Long throw. Pick. Oh, yeah. Davis scoops it up, and the two combine for another big out.
Yeah, that is a nice combination. Big target, soft hands, both third and first. And look how quickly he gets rid of this. Feet set. Talk quite as well in extra innings. And then the long throw.
They have become the corner duo defensively. And here's Goldschmidt, who seems to always be at the plate if you're on the other side.
Well, you know, the amazing thing about this series, if you came in and watched him play the first night, the first 3 times up, Scott Feldman struck him out. Didn't get a ball out of his glove. Now, since then, everything has changed.
Now, there's a chopper foul.
I mean, he's made all the plays. He's hit some home runs. I mean, he's shown us speed, his agility, and dexterity as a first baseman. You realize why he's one of the best young players in the National League.
Yep, he brings you to the front of your seat when he comes to the plate. And also, as you said, playing that outstanding.
And then what happens, and you could see with Hill hitting behind him, all of a sudden you have some protection if you're Kirk Gibson and the Diamondbacks.
And the pitch outside.
It makes it a little bit harder to pitch around it.
For Goldschmidt, with the tying and winning home run in the ball game last night, he has become the first player to do that the 9th inning on since Willie Kirkland of Cleveland in 1963. 1-2 delivery on the way to him. Goldschmidt right back to the mound. Hunter's got it. He'll run it over, make the underhand toss, and Tommy Hunter comes on and retires the side in order. We've completed 11 in Game 3 of this 3-game set. 4-4. 4-13-0. The D-backs 4-10-1. Machado, the 2-run homer. Second inning. Markakis 2 RBI single in the inning. Jim Johnson, second blown save of the series. The runners scoring position 2 for 9 O's and 4 for 15 for the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks have stranded 11. The Orioles have left 8 on base. And here we go. 12th inning. Two managers running out of bodies, both in the bullpen and on the bench. Nick Markakis will stroke that one foul down the line in right field. Nick had the single in the second inning, good for 2 RBIs. His lone hit in the ball game, 1 for 5. Now has a 5-game hit streak and has 3 RBIs in this 3-game set. On delivery to him, and the pitch on the outside corner. Josh Colemeter worked that last inning, gave up a single, but faced only 3. So Colemeter, the long man in relief, one would believe, for the Diamondbacks here in this situation.
We mentioned he's already pitched 6 innings in long relief. Former starter.
Down low to Nick Markakis, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, the changeup, it can really, keep you in at bats, get you back into counts. Again, he's got a good one. Not a hard thrower. I don't know if he's going to hit 90.
One ball, 2 strike delivery. And Nick puts it the other way, foul.
But if that changeup is in the back of your mind, especially to Nick now with a 1 and 2 count, 87, it's pretty firm.
Orioles have now been shut out for 9 innings. Full ball game's worth. Those 4 runs coming in the second. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and got him. Colemeter, Nick didn't think so. Turns.
Well, he didn't like early in the count. He didn't like that changeup that was definitely outside for strike 2. And I'm not sure about this pitch. Just might have caught the inside part of the plate, which I think it did. But strike 2 was, and this is what he's going to say. What sets up this is they don't call you out on strike 2 unless you get there. And Colemeter makes a terrific pitch.
And Manny Machado. Machado with a 3-hit ball game, 2 singles and a home run. His 11th home run came in the second inning, 2 RBIs on it. Colemeter gets it in. Manny rocked one.
Yeah, little hanging changeup from Patrick Corbin. One of the few mistakes he made, and he just drilled it.
Long forgotten 2 outstanding starts. The Orioles, Chris Tillman gave up only 2 runs, 5 hits over 6 with 3 walks and 1 strikeout. Patrick Corbin on the other side, 4 runs, 9 hits over 7, walked 1 and struck out 7. 0-2 delivery to Machado, and he goes up high.
So the master of changing speeds. I used to drive my former manager Earl Weaver crazy. He would describe Josh Colemeter about he throws the unexpected. That ball about chin high.
And 2 down here in the 12th inning. Here's Adam Jones. In a long series for Adam. He's not had a hit in the series. Has struck out the last 3 times up in this game and is 0 for 5 in the game. 0 for 13 in the 3 games. And he fouls that one off Goswish at the plate. So Tuffy Goswish will get a little break here to recover. Scott Berry went out, delivered the ball personally to Colemeter. Be a good name for a Civil War novel to have your prime candidate as Josh Colemeter.
Oh, yeah.
There's a ring to it of that era. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Adam Jones. And he's got the look of somebody who would fit the character. I don't mean that negatively.
No.
1 ball, 1 strike count. That to first and caught. Not once but twice. Goldschmidt puts it away, and a 1-2-3 inning for Colemeter. We go to the bottom half of the 12th 4-4. availabilities for the Orioles on the bench. They have Alexei Casilla and Matt Wieters. And in the bullpen, T.J. McFarland. However, Bud Norris, you see right there, one of the Orioles starters, before the game, Buck Showalter said he would be available if needed in the pen, and he has been down there long tossing between innings just in case. So not a lot of folks left as we go to the 12th. Hunter worked the last inning, retired the side in order, and will come on here to face Hill. And the pitch is in there for a strike. Hill has a 3 for 9 against Hunter, including a home run. Hill's picked up an RBI. That base hit came in the 9th inning that sent it into extra innings. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hill. Tommy has been a workhorse here on this road trip, more than the Orioles wish they had to use him. 1-1 delivery in the air to right. That may be playable. Markakis is over. He's got room, and he'll put it away, and Aaron Hill's retired. 1 down in the 12th. Hunter now has worked 5 innings. 5 innings on the road trip. With a save, a couple of strikeouts, 2 walks.
It's not a whole lot of innings unless you're not used to pitching multiple innings, and that's the case. The Orioles got him and became expendable. 113 games for Texas, and then a groin injury, so they used him out of the bullpen. The Orioles acquired him, so he became a starter for them, and then seems more comfortable doing what he's doing here. Velocity goes up. He's got a whole menagerie of pitches: cutter, changeup, curveball, slider, fastball.
Oh, and delivery on the way. Ball games have started on the East Coast. Boston, Toronto, Seattle, Tampa Bay. They're underway. The Yankees have got a 4-0 lead, 2nd inning over the Angels. They're going to be nasty to play down the stretch for all the problems that they have had. They're getting enough people back and have enough left to really be a pain, well, even if they're not contending.
Yeah,
but
Jeter,
they are.
Yeah, Jeter's on the DL, but he'll be back, and then A-Rod's back. I think the key is Granderson's back.
Yeah,
because he gives him somebody. They moved him to left field, but then all of a sudden you get Gardner, who can steal his bases. He can play center field. All of a sudden it's a better. Even Ichiro's closing in on 290. All of a sudden they're just playing a lot better.
3-1 delivery on the way, down to third. That will be fouled. So the youngster, the rookie, has had 2 singles in the ball game, 2 for 5. With a 3-ball, 2-strike count and 1 away. All of the teams in the Central have already finished play today. Detroit and Cleveland both won. So the Tigers still lead Cleveland by 6. Kansas City, Minnesota, Chicago all lost. 3-2 delivery, and trying to pump one. He'll foul that the other way. Stays at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cleveland and Minnesota, they went 11 or 12 innings today. Cleveland had a comeback in that game. They had a lead, gave it up, got it back, lost it, and finally came away with a win. Here's the 3-2 pitch, foul back again as Hunter tries to put one by him. 98.
Yeah, 98. Throwing the ball a little bit better, and at least one of those swings where you think, well, he's really on it, but he fouled it straight back. Always thought if I can move the ball to the outside corner, it's going to be hit to the opposite field. Those balls usually, unless Goldschmidt's hitting, stay in the ballpark.
3-2 delivery, got him. Great pitch. Hunter came in. He thought it was the 3rd out. He's got to go back to the mound. So the strikeout of Davidson, that at bat, seemed like it took a couple of outs. He gets the strikeout, 2 down here in the 12th.
Well, Scott Berry, all of a sudden the strike zone's got huge. That's ball 4. Tommy's going in. He goes, well, we've been struggling. Maybe we only need 2 outs here in the 12th. We can go hit.
2 down. And Goswitch will take the pitch for a strike. He's had only 1 at bat. Popped out, came in to do the catching after he pinch runner was put in the ball game and fouled away. He's hit safely in all 3 of the games he had played in prior to this one. Came up August 1st from AAA in the third ASU player to be with the D-backs. Willie Bloomquist, Jake Elmore, all out of Arizona State University. Here's the 0-2 delivery. No switch on a pitch away. That is the third out. And Hunter gets another strikeout, retiring the side in order. All 6 faced by Tommy Hunter have been retired. 4-4. Actually see the shadows affect the play in this ball game. You see how they've moved in now. The pitcher is going to be out in the sun, and the hitter, right-handers at least, are going to be in the sun momentarily.
Let's get the solar shades out, and those are not your conventional shadows either. I mean, normally it's just a solid line. I mean, this is like some kind of pattern.
Yes. Coming through all the lights and the glass and the window dividers up there. That's where that sun is coming in. Chris Davis is coming up as we go to the 13th inning. Ball game tied at 4, with the Diamondbacks coming back in the 9th inning to get the run that we tie it up. Colemeter will get a strike to Davis. Colemeter working in his 3rd inning of relief. Davis has had a base hit last time up, 10th inning. 3 strikeouts and a walk to go with it. 0-1 delivery. That's going to go in the air to left field. Not deep. Long run. Long run. It's going to fall in for a base hit. Prado couldn't get there. Prado was playing obviously very deep and around towards center and could not get to that. And Chris Davis has his 2nd hit of the game.
No, he was playing up by Pinnacle Peak. Up the road. And that's where you should play. Maybe a step or 2 deep to a guy that can drive the ball the other way. So can you move the runners?
Buck Showalter will play this now. J.J. Hardy at the plate. Nobody out. Orioles get the leadoff man on. Colementer's pitch. It's bunted. It's a beauty. Nobody's covering first. Then he tags him out. Nice play. Goldschmidt had backed up. Probably would have been there, but Goldschmidt moved way in to try and field it just in case. Colemeter takes care of it. Good sacrifice by Hardy.
Yeah, really nice. We saw it a couple of years ago. J.J. would do this all the time, and then Josh Colemeter makes a nice play. So you got first base open, but you have Matt Wieters with Taylor Teagarden right behind McLeod coming up. He's coming out on deck. So Kurt Gibson, if he's had any thought about walking him to get to Teagarden, that's going to change.
1 away, and Nate McLeod for the runner at second base, and Nate on the big cut. McLeod came into the ball game with his first at bat, 7th inning. He's had an 0 for 2, flied out and is hit into a double play. Orioles now have had 5 hits in the extra innings. Not been able to score, obviously. That overhand pitch is in there for a strike. I got to believe it's hard to pick that pitch up when he's coming out of he's coming from behind him anyway, but he's coming right out of the sun.
Well, there's a lot of deception, a lot of angle, and then he's got the changeup, the great equalizer. 88 with the fastball. That's
0-2 the count. To look back over the top outside. 1-2 to Nate.
There's that changeup. No problem throwing it back to back or back to back to back.
One ball, 2 strike count. Colemeter, not a big lead at second base, and he finds a way to foul that off of the plate and to reach out for that one. 1-2.
Oh, when Ben McDonald, Orioles' former #1 draft choice out of LSU, was doing radio, he said, in the old days, the difference between your fastball and your changeup, 10, 11 miles per hour. Colementer's 10 to 11 miles per hour. So it really does get you out front.
Again, the 1-2 pitch coming. Runner off second base. And way up high with it. Count goes to 2-2. Chris Davis leading the inning off with a single. His second hit of the ball game, and the Orioles 14th. Chris out there. Ted Barrett, the crew chief, second base umpire, and a timeout taken here. Goes wish out to talk with Coleman. Gibson, you can just tell he's wondering, I wonder what this conversation's about. Alan Trammell standing next to him there. 2 ball, 2 strike count, 1 down. And McLouth again fouls it off. They need extra help. I guess the Diamondbacks could go to their coaching staff. Pretty good infield. You'd have put their manager over there at first base. You got Sachs, who could play at second base. You could play who do we want in the infield?
Well, Trammell plays shortstop.
Alan Trammell would play shortstop, and Don Baylor could play over at first base or
Turner Ward
in the outfield.
Turner Ward can play the outfield.
2-2 delivery down low, 3-2.
And then Charles Nagy
do the pitching.
Won 17 games a couple of times.
Three ball, 2 strike count, 1 away. 3-2 count. Runner off second is Davis. Colementer's delivery, and he goes.
Up the ladder. Softer, 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 harder. And you make a good point. Right out of the sunlight and the shadows, high heat. That's the way he struck out Manny Machado last inning.
So Matt Wieters will be the pinch hitter. Managers hate to do this, using your second catcher in a ball game. Usually they end up on the bench not playing, but going to go for a win here. Wieters on the big cut. 2 down, 13th inning. Runner on at second, Davis, who had the single, and a 1 strike count on Matt Wieters. Matt had an 0 for 4 in the ball game last night. He is 1 for 7 in the series, a home run.
And they have that shift on. I mean, extreme shift.
Here's the 0-1 delivery to him.
Yeah, you're a changeup pitcher, 88. I mean, Matt's swinging it like it's 108. And Chris Davis is out at second. Nobody keeping him on. I'm not suggesting he has to go to third, but he's going to get a great jump because Gregorius, you can see in the top of your picture, that's your shortstop.
Way up high to Wieters. 1-2. Matt Wieters trying to give the Orioles the lead.
He could walk into third base if he chose.
Colemeter with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Wow. I don't know how he hit that one. I think that was over his head.
Well, I don't think, it was. And we've seen a number of guys. And, the shadows might have something to do with it. Funky windup, the changeup. And that literally was about eye level. And when a guy's that late on your fastball, you're saying, well, changeup's one of my good pitches, but do I really want to speed up the bat? I mean, the count right here, the count is such where he can still throw a ball and get him to chase. But it better not be in the hitting zone, or Matt might be right on it.
1-2, 2 down. Davis at second. 1-2 delivery. Wieters just kind of swings to protect. He's got so much room that and Matt has done it before, put a ball out into left field. I mean, that whole area of shortstop over to second base is nobody there.
Well, when he's hitting best from this side, he uses the whole field.
Yeah.
And I just noticed what his front foot does, and there was hardly a leg kit there. So, I mean, really trying to cut down the swing here. Just watch his right foot. A lot of times it'll be a high leg hook. He just kind of picked it up and put it down quickly.
1-2 delivery to him, and there's that high heat. Wow. Colemanter's got 5 strikeouts working in relief. We go to the bottom half. 13-4-4. For a game going to the bottom half of the 13th inning. Matt Wieters will stay in the ball game. Teagarden out after pinch hitting for him. Matt will stay in to do the catching. Played 11 innings in the ball game last night. Goldschmidt had the walk-off home run to win it. Tommy Hunter will stay out there. Hunter being asked to do big-time duty here as he goes into the 3rd inning of relief work. He's retired all 6 batters that he's faced. The Orioles in extra inning ball games this season, a 13-inning game against Boston back on June 13 that they won by a score of 5-4. That's the most innings played in an extra inning game this year for the Orioles, 13, and that's where we are here. Pollock will take the pitch for a strike from Hunter. Pollock has had an 0 for 4 and a sacrifice. He's 1 for 14 in the series. 247 average. Center fielder fouls it off. 0-2.
Yeah, we're seeing a different Tommy Hunter. Monday just did not have that little extra. Got himself in trouble tonight or this afternoon as we go into the night or early evening here in Phoenix. Stuff is better.
0-2 delivery on the way and a swing and a miss and a great pitch to get him. 3 strikeouts in a row picked up by Hunter.
Well, sometimes when you're a little bit tired, I mean, you just want to be able to stay over the rubber, get your arm out in front, and be able to stay behind that breaking ball. And that's about as good as you can throw one.
Didi Gregorius, the shortstop, a double in his first at bat, 2nd inning. About 4 hours ago.
Yeah, his play in the 10th really saved the ball game. Hardy's infield base hit kept it from going into left field, and Orioles would have scored a run, and then that's when McLeod hit the double play ball off of Ziegler. Only one out.
Gregorius has struck out a couple of times, lined out, drawn a walk, and had that double and a run scored. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. The Oriole bullpen, Brian Mattis a run, Jim Johnson a run on a blown save in the 9th inning. Those are the 2 runs they've put up off the Oriole bullpen. No runs have been scored against the bullpen of the Diamondbacks, and the Orioles have not scored since the 2nd inning. 1-2 delivery, and no chance. Gregorius just waving at that one. Tommy's got 4 Ks in a row.
Yeah, just high heat. Read the bat. He's late. Make him later, and he does.
So we're going to get the second pitcher used by the Diamondbacks as a pinch hitter. And the Orioles will not be displeased to see Coleman coming out of the ball game. And Miley will come on as the pinch hitter. So a pitcher pinch hitting for a pitcher. Miley has had 5 hits in 43 at bats on the season, hitting 116. He does have an extra base hit, a double, and a home run with 5 RBIs. And he's going to get a line drive to short, and that's that. Boy, Tommy Hunter, 9 faced, 9 retired. We completed 13 here in Phoenix. This ball game remains tied at 4. Of the 3-game set, the Orioles obviously trying to avoid that, and we're going to the top of the 14th inning, and coming out of the bullpen, Heath Bell.
He'll turn 36 in September. So, you can see home runs, 9 of them by lefties. Righties a little bit different. The 7 home runs of those 9, lefties only 2. Very accomplished closer. This year he's kind of morphed into closing and being a setup guy. Back-to-back years of over 40 with the Padres. Last year with the Marlins, and then acquired here in Arizona.
So Bell to work out of the bullpen in game number 3 of the season against the Orioles. An inning and a third. He has given up nothing. And Brian Roberts will be the man to lead it off against him. Roberts, a 3-hit ball game, 3 singles, runs scored. He's also struck out, flied out. Delivery to him, and that'll be taken up high for a ball. Alexei Garcia's come out in the on-deck circle, the last bench player for the Orioles. He'll be hitting for Hunter. 1-0 count. Roberts fouls it off outside of first base. 1-1.
Yeah, you could see 91. We saw him 93 the other day. There is Bud Norris. Started the game for the Orioles on Sunday up in San Francisco.
And they planned on having him available for just this kind of situation. So he did not do his side work. This will be his side work. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And fouled the other way, 1-2.
And then you have T.J. McFarland, who pitched last night, the walk-off home run by Goldschmidt. So he's available in the back end.
Orioles have used Mattis, O'Day, Rodriguez, Johnson, Patton, and Hunter. Harris puts Thatcher, Ziegler, Colemeter, and Bell for Arizona. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery to Roberts, and that's going to be fouled away. Colemeter did a tremendous job. 3 innings, no runs, 2 hits. He struck out 5 in the 3 innings worked. Count stays 1-2 on Brian Roberts. One ball, 2 strike count. Brian waiting on it, and he'll chop that one foul. Now the problems for the first baseman with the sun. It's over there. It could be tough seeing throws from third or short, as that sun's going to be in the eyes for a moment at least of whoever's at first. Goldschmidt at the moment. Bell with the 1-2 delivery, and Roberts will go down swinging. Tag put on.
Yeah, he kept throwing them fastballs, a little bit of cutters, and hooked them foul, and then the sky hook. He's a big guy, 250 or so, 6'3", downhill. The thing about Heath Bell, he really does get over his front side and attempt to throw the ball downhill.
So with the leadoff man retired, Buck Showalter is going to go the way that was done by Gibson earlier. This is going to be Feldman who's going to be the pinch hitter to save a bench player. So Scott Feldman, the pitcher, and he'll take the ball in the air to left field, hit it hard and near the warning track, called in. Prado almost got surprised on that one. He had to do a 360 and Feldman's out of there.
Yeah, trouble in Camden Yards here.
2 down.
So noble effort by the starting pitcher Scott Feldman with a home run this year when he was pitching for the Cubbies.
So we have had 3 pitchers pinch hit for pitchers in the game. 1 for the Orioles, 2 for the Diamondbacks. 2 down. That'll bring up Nick Markakis. Nick with a 2 RBI double in the 2nd inning. And a swing and a miss. 1 strike count from Bell. 2 down, bases empty here in the 14th. Nick has popped out, grounded out, flied out, struck out, grounded out again. Boy, full season of at-bats.
You could have had a good first couple of innings and still have a bad day. That type of game, yeah.
Orioles 4-14-0. D-backs 4-10-1. 0-1 delivery. Markakis will take it inside for a ball. It's maybe one of the longest shutout streaks pitched by the Diamondback pitchers this year. I'm sure it is. And they haven't given up a run since the 2nd inning. They've already had 1 shutout of 9 innings. Working on another. Snagged, and Bell will make the play to Goldschmidt. So the Orioles are retired 1-2-3. We go to the bottom half of the 14th inning. Ball game tied at 4. Inning as the bullpens matching pitch for pitch here in these extra innings, and the Orioles will go to one of their starters as planned if needed in this situation, Bud Norris.
Yeah, those are the starting numbers. He's come over and pitched very well for the Orioles, acquired from the Houston Astros. Lefties hit him better than righties. Home runs the same, 12-1.
Norris has only worked once out of the bullpen. That was on July 29 of 2009. He gave up a run in 3 innings, had 4 strikeouts in that only relief appearance of his career till now.
Yeah, don't be thinking about giving up a run now or it's all over. Difference between starting and relieving. Sometimes, obviously, at extra innings, but sometimes even in 7th, 8th, 9th innings. I have so much respect for bullpen guys. You got to come in. You don't have as much wiggle room when you relieve, especially in a ball game like this.
The Oriole bullpen has retired 14 in a row coming into this bottom of the 14th inning.
Boy, these are kind of those games, Gary, where you look back at lost opportunities. Go back when Gregorius in the second hit a double, and then with 2 outs, Parra hit that ball that Adam Jones misplayed in center, misjudged it, and that was it's only a run, but obviously, and then you get the blown save. All kinds of opportunities for both clubs.
And Parra at the top of the order and did not go around on it. So Geraldo Parra leads it off. He doubled in the 9th inning, as Jim was talking about, and scored. He had an RBI triple back in the 2nd inning. 2 for 6 in the ball game, and will take the pitch down low for a ball.
Well, he showed a lot of abilities. I mean, he's got tremendous quickness. You can see how he won a Gold Glove because he can throw. Already got 11 assists. So he hit the ball the other way. He hit the home run in the 7th last night to right field.
And the count goes 3-0 from Norris. Parra has a 3 for 5 lifetime off Norris. 3-0 delivery. He's taking all the way, and he gets a leadoff walk on 4 pitches.
Yeah, there is so much a difference working on your side when it doesn't really matter. You work on your pitches, you work on fastball command, throw your changeup. But now all of a sudden, instead of doing that, you come into a game, and so remember my first roommate with the Orioles, Robin Roberts. Great right-hander, started with the Phillies, ended up in the Baseball Hall of Fame. This is the way you used to do it all the time. You'd pitch every 4th day. Instead of throwing aside, you'd come in and relieve, but you were used to it. Really hard to do when you're not.
So let's see how they're going to play this one. As Prado's up, then Goldschmidt. Martin Prado, the Orioles looking for the bunt. Manny Machado's already moved in at third base. Prado, a couple of hits and an RBI in the ball game, a double and a single. He does square, takes it inside for a ball. Matt Wieters now working behind the plate. Prado has faced Norris before, going 1 for 5 against him. And Machado will move in a couple steps closer at third base after seeing that bunt on the first pitch and up high. They're going to take it until he throws a strike here, 2-0.
Yeah, Prado looking down at Matt Williams. I think he gave him a sign. Unless they have hit a double sign that we don't know about.
Prado waiting on it. He's taken, and that misses. And the count goes to 3-0. So 7 in a row out of the strike zone as Norris comes on in relief here in the 14th inning.
And I know Bud Norris's intention is not to pitch around everybody to get to Paul Goldschmidt, who's waiting on deck, but it appears to be happening, whether he likes it or not.
3-0 count and taking, and it's up high. So he's walked the first 2 faced here in the 14th. 2 on, nobody out.
Yeah, Regadera's going to come out, and so you don't have the same arm strength. Maybe you're a little bit tight. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, he's young enough to certainly you would think that his arm would be able to respond to some degree. But a lot of times it's just about slowing, and it's hard to do. Slow everything down and make sure your arm gets out in front. That way you can at least get the ball in the strike zone.
Well, you know you're not going to get a bunt here. What you're hoping for is a ground ball and a double play.
And that's even hard because he runs so well for a big man.
He has grounded into 16 double plays this year.
Oh, maybe it's not that hard then.
Well, I agree with you. That seems very high, but he part of that, Jim's probably because he hits the ball so high.
Yeah, exactly. And you're never going to start any runners with it, you know. I mean, it's...
So Paul Goldschmidt, runners on at first and second. Game-winning home run in the ball game, 11th inning last night, and trying to put a game winner on the board here in this ball game.
Well, imagine how difficult it is for Bud Norris. You know he didn't want to go walk the first two hitters. And then he comes back with a slider. He couldn't throw the fastball over, but he does get a breaking ball over.
0 for 2, Goldschmidt off Norris. 0-1 delivery in the dirt. Wieters blocks it.
And one of those kind of afternoons. You want to throw your breaking ball down. You're not afraid to bounce it, which he does, and then your catcher saves it.
Four hours, 25 minutes into the ball game, 14th inning. Bud Norris, 1 ball, 1 strike count on Goldschmidt, who fouls it back.
Oh, wow.
1-2.
Well, there's his pitch to hit. And that was a double up the gap, home run to right field, high slider that he just misses. He's going to take a little walk. He's hoping he gets that kind of pitch to hit again, and Bud Norris would like to make a pitcher's pitch in this count.
One and two, runners off first and second base. Goldschmidt swings and misses. This game, you just don't know. He walks the first two, and then he strikes out Goldschmidt.
Now, right after he hangs the slider, and then a little extra right here. And we've seen this from Bud Norris as a starter. He will go from 92 to 94. And now make your pitch, get a ground ball. Not easy against Aaron Hill, who's been red hot.
Hill is 2 for 2 off Norris. 2 walks to start the inning. Fires on at second base. Prado's on at first. And to look back, Roberts fairly close, moving in. Not letting him just wander away from the bag. Hill, an RBI single in the 9th inning. It sent this thing into extra innings. 1 down. The pitch to him will be fouled back. 1 for 5 and a walk in the ball game for Hill. Orioles, fortunately, a day off tomorrow before the opener on the home series starts on Friday night, with the Colorado Rockies coming in to wrap up interleague play for the Orioles. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way to him. Ground ball up the middle. Could be the ball game. Into center field. Jones charging. Here's Parra, the throw. Ball game over. The Diamondbacks have another walk-off win. And the Orioles' nemesis, Aaron Hill, delivers an RBI single.
Well, this is 3 straight dirt baths. That's what they do. You get the walk-off. They come out with the water, the dirt, and it's become a ritual. One that the Orioles are not like it.
Bell's going to get the win. Norris is going to take the loss. And for just the 3rd time this year in a 3-game series, the Orioles have been swept, and in heartbreaking fashion, as they lost in 11-4-3 last night. They lost the opener 7-6 on a 9th inning walk-off homer by Adam Eaton. They lose this one in 14 innings on the base hit by Hill. Join us again on Friday for more Orioles action. The 9-game homestand will begin with a 3-game set with the Rockies. Game 1, Wei and Chen will be on the mound. Juan Nicasio to make the start for Colorado. Our coverage 6:30 p.m. MASN 2 HDO's Extra presented by Geico, followed by our game action at 7. This has been a MASN presentation. Tom and Rico's Extra presented by Dodge is coming up right now. For Jim Palmer and all of our crew here in Phoenix, I'm Gary Thorne. Adieu.